Hello everybody! Welcome back. It's time for Fate Friday yet again. Oh boy. I'm so sorry for the fact that we started a little bit later tonight than usual. I just needed some time. I had a bit of a shitty time sleeping yesterday, and then while I was still trying to get some sleep, as you may be aware, this morning during the Nintendo Direct, we got an announcement of a Danganronpa 2 remake with an alternative story branch attached to it. So as I lay there trying my best to, you know, see the darkest corners of my mind and fade into the blissful void of nothing, all of a sudden I get incessant buzzing next to my ear on my phone, turn and see Danganronpa 2 remake in my inbox from like 5 different people, and I just open my eyes blearily and and try to comprehend the enormous void that is looming over the horizon. So yeah, you know, as you can imagine, that kept me up for a little bit, and then by the time I woke up for regular, like, basically, like, I woke up maybe about like an hour-ish before it was go time, and I was like, I feel like I got hit by a truck still. So I delayed start time by about 30 minutes because I needed time to collect myself. I needed time to get up, eat some like shitty corn dogs, browse my feed for just a minute. Now I think I'm like more or less alive enough to actually go ahead and get rolling, but I appreciate your patience in the meantime. That being said, though, yeah, we're really getting into it tonight. We just you know, obviously just got done with the encounter with Ryder and Shinji, and now it's you know, we have one less servant to deal with, but obviously there are still some outstanding obligations to focus on in that regard. So I guess let's go ahead and see where that leads us. Philip with the 3. This makes 2 times that Nagito crashed a direct. Jeez. Okay, yeah, we're starting off with this. Okay. Let me get my serious voice on. Artoria. That's the name she was given when she celebrated her coming of age. It was wartime. It began with the collapse of an empire. An empire that had been meant to be eternal was slowly waiting to die amid invasions from all sides. In preparation for the many wars, the empire deprived an island nation of its military. That is how it began. Having lost the empire's protection, her nation had no choice but to become independent, and over time it broke up into smaller nations. The invasions came again and again. Internal conflicts between clans spiraled out of control. Then came a long period of war, which would later come to be known as the Dark Ages. It is during this difficult time that she was born, heir to the throne. A long tumultuous period of war. The king believed in a mage's prophecy, and so eagerly awaited the birth of his worthy successor. But the child born to him was not the child he desired. His child wasn't male. Fated king or not, the child could not assume the throne unless they were a boy. So the girl was entrusted to the king's retainer and was raised as a knight. The king was saddened, but the mage delighted. One's sex had nothing to do with one's worthiness to become king. More than that, the mage was convinced that the girl's absence from the castle until the day of the prophecy was proof that she was the true king. So she grew up under the care of a simple and wise old knight as his adopted child and successor. The old knight did not believe in the mage's prophecy. He simply raised her to be a knight and hoped for her to continue growing, because he felt something from her that reminded him very much of his own lord. But even without the knight's encouragement or intervention, the girl trained every day to become stronger than anyone else. If an ailing country, headed towards its own demise, can only be saved by a king, the girl had sworn to wield her sword for that reason, and that reason alone, without ever needing anyone to tell her to do so. And then, the prophesied day arrived. Knights and lords from all over around the nation gathered in hopes of being chosen to be king. If this was to be a contest to determine the best possible king, all assumed the selection would be made in a mounted joust. Instead, all that waited at the site of the selection was a naked blade thrust into a stone. On the hilt of the sword, a glittering golden inscription read, "Whosoever pulleth this sword from this stone is the rightful king of England." Many knights took their turns trying to draw the sword from the stone, but none were able to draw the sword from the stone, so the knights decided to compete in a joust as they had originally expected on arriving. The girl was not yet a knight, and so could not participate in the joust. She approached the stone of selection, which sat largely abandoned, its appeal having long since faded, and reached for the sword's hilt. She did not hesitate. "Wait just a second there. Maybe you should think before you take hold of that." She turned around, and before her stood the most feared mage in the nation. He gave his warning. Once she takes hold of that sword, she will cease to be human. She responded only with a nod. To be king is to no longer be human. She has been resolved to this from the moment she was born. To be king is to kill more than anyone, in protection of everyone. The young girl thought of this every night and lay in bed, shivering at the implications until morning. Not a day went by that she was not afraid. But in that moment she pledged that her days of fear were at an end. She drew the sword effortlessly from the stone, and bright light engulfed the whole of the site of selection. And in that instant she ceased to be human. A king's sex does not matter. So long as they carry out the function of a king, none would care about a king's appearance, or even bother to pay attention to such a thing. And even if someone noticed the king was a woman, it would not matter, so long as she was a good king. The sword's magical energy must have halted her growth. While many knights found it eerie and feared her, most saw their lord's immortality as a divine gift. And so, the legendary celebrated age of the king began. The new king in battle was seen as something of a god of war. The king always led from the front. No enemies could stand in her way. Artoria, the god of battle. Hailed as a dragon incarnate, she knew no defeat. In 10 years she fought 12 battles and never lost once. In those days, her chief duty as king was on the battlefield. Not once did she turn back. Not once was she disgraced. She was raised to kingship and fulfilled her obligations without hesitation. Maybe that's why I had a vision of her. Her soul must still be on the battlefield. It's not yet dawn. She stands under the indigo sky and lets the wind whip at her as she stares off into the distance. The sky is high and clouds slide by overhead. Out in the clear air, sword in hand, she gazes at the great army she's about to confront. That image of her won't leave me. It's burned into my mind now. She and her sword are one. The sword from the stone which chose the king. The brilliance of the sword that determined her fate is also her brilliance. But I tilt my head in wonder at this dream. That sword isn't the one she holds. It's similar but different. The sword she holds now isn't the one she used last night. But if that's the case, what happened to that incredible sword? New servant and weapon data. Let's go. I assume. Ah, yes. We're just gonna slowly scroll through that so that you can pause and read that on your own time if you would like. And then Charisma ability. My charisma stat. Yeah, we already saw that. Okay.
When I wake from my dream, I find myself in my own room. It's bright outside. I must have come back to my room last night, unable to make a decision, then fallen asleep while watching over Saber. That was a dream? It was a strange dream. What I saw, I had no way of knowing any of that, and that wasn't the Saber I know. Is it even possible for me to dream of such a thing? But that sword was definitely different from the one Saber had. I racked my brain. Saber's identity had been unclear, and honestly, I still can't get my head around who she really is. Saber is Saber. I can't change the way I act around her, and I don't think Saber would want that in any case. But she looked incredible. She looked really cool with that sword last night, but she looked good with the sword in my dreams, too. It'd be fair to say I was in awe. The sword last night and the sword from my dream seemed to have left one hell of an impression on me. I guess I've got a thing for swords. I thought Lancer's spear was beautiful when I saw it too, but my passion for swords is on a whole other level. It would appear I have a thing for swords. Oh, that's not really anything new. I draw in a deep breath and reach up, finding my forehead dripping with sweat. It sure is hot here. I wipe the sweat from my forehead. It's winter, but my body feels flushed. I don't know why, but it feels like my blood's getting hotter, and it's unsettling. I wonder why. Ever since I saw Saber's sword, my whole body's been hot for some reason. My left hand, the one with my command spells, feels like it's holding a hand warmer. It's the same sensation I felt when Tosuka made me swallow a jewel, like there's something stirring in me or making me want to run. I take a deep breath, trying to calm myself. Saber's probably still asleep. She still hasn't woken up, but it looks like she's stabilizing. Her breathing is even, and that pained look she had last night smoothed over. Saber is sleeping peacefully. It's a morning like any other. Maybe if I let her sleep, Saber will recover. That way I won't have to make her kill anyone. Then she could stay with me, just like she has been. How could I be so selfish? I slam my fist into the wall. My own weakness nauseates me. It's my fault Saber turned out this way. What the hell am I going to... I stand up without another sound. I don't know when Saber is going to wake up, but I have to make a decision before she does. Tosuka's not up yet. The house is completely dead and the corridor feels deserted. No, it only feels like that because I'm so down. I can't decide what to do, so the whole world feels hazy. I'm just wandering in that grayness. I hear something cutting through the air. There it is again. It's coming from the yard, but that's...
Philip with the 15. Now that the name's been said, it's worth noting for those who don't know that Artoria has since been translated as Altria at the character and creator's insistence. It hasn't been received well. Yeah, we talked a little bit about this at the end of a previous stream. Yeah, refer back to that if you want a little bit more context for that particular translation decision. But yeah, it's dumb. That's why I got the mod for it.
I know that sound. Well, I don't feel like making breakfast, so I'll go take a walk and check it out. It's colder than usual. It must be really cold for me to feel it, feverish as I am. It looks like it might even snow. It's coming from the shed. The sound of something slicing through the air reaches me at regular intervals. As I cross the yard, my breath mists the air. I find him in front of the shed. Given how unsurprised I am to find him, I guess I figured he'd be here. He must have been shooting his arrows. The moment Archer sees me, he lowers his bow in displeasure. That's dangerous. Oh, that's dangerous. Don't shoot arrows in my house. What are you gonna do if one hits something? Nothing in particular. I wasn't using arrows to begin with. Can't hit anything if you're not shooting anything. He doesn't have to tell me that. So the sound was just his bow itself. For some reason, Archer was just plucking his bowstring, not firing arrows. It's a good-looking bow. Didn't want to say as much earlier, but I guess you're a bona fide archer. I wonder. I'm not an archer like you understand it, so even if you ask, I can't teach you anything about archery. Your archery's about shooting arrows for yourself. Mine are used to strike at enemies. You think of archers with a concern for things like civility. His lip curls snidely. I still can't stand this guy. I never thought to ask you about archery in the first place. I was just wondering what you were doing. As you can see, I'm just keeping my skills sharp. The injuries I sustained from Saber have healed. I can't stay on guard duty forever. I see. So his wounds have healed. That means Tosuka will get back into the fight. I turn on my heel. If Tosuka and Archer are going to rejoin the battle, I need to make a decision too. I need to go somewhere I can think alone. Have you ever heard the word Zanshin before? It literally means lingering heart, and it's a concept dealing with the time you have after making your move. I feel it's the only thing my archery and your Kyudo discipline have in common. What? I didn't ask for a lecture on the 8 stages of shooting. Just listen. They say the body remains in the same place after you shoot a bow. That's what Zanshin is. Yes, there are 8 movements in Kyudo called the Shaho Hasetsu, which are the 8 principles of shooting. The final step, Zanshin, is what follows after releasing your arrow. Yeah? What about it? I'm talking about preparedness. Zanshin's not about making sure your arrow strikes the target. An arrow's already struck its target by the time it's released. The shooter simply moves according to the image they envision, so they don't need to check whether it's hit or not. If, when you shoot, you think your arrow won't hit, it won't. If you believe it will, it will. That's absurd. No matter how much you think a shot will hit, some shots won't. If all they had to do was think it will hit, everyone would hit the shot, every time. Do you really think so? You at least hit the target every time. What? He catches me off guard there. I mean, he's right, but... Well, I don't care about that. The point I'm trying to make is this. Zanshin isn't about determining whether or not your arrow hits. Everyone knows what happens to the arrow they fire. Zanshin is the mindset of accepting the consequences of the shot. I know that. You're telling me I need to follow through to the very end. Exactly. I heard what happened to Saber. She must have known something like this would happen from the start. Fighting without any chance of renewing her magical energy could only lead to her disappearing. That was already determined then. All that's left is to accept the result. He's telling me that no matter what I decide, no matter what it does to Saber, all I can do is see it through. I turn my back to Archer. This time I'm going to be the one to leave Archer hanging. Oh, and one more thing. I'll go ahead and tell you since you don't seem to have figured it out. His voice comes from behind me. Saber must have known that she would disappear if she used her noble phantasm. She probably never intended to use her noble phantasm in the first place. This time, I hear nothing of his usual sarcasm. But she did use her noble phantasm. There can only be one reason for that. Saber chose protecting you over keeping herself from disappearing. Never forget that. For once, his voice is completely sincere. He's only telling the truth here. The park is empty as usual. Maybe because it's chillier than usual. There's hardly anyone out. It looks like I'm the only one walking around right now. I slump down onto the bench. Well, I came here to be alone. Now that I'm here, I should think of what to do next. I can't put my decision off any longer. If I want to defeat the other masters and end this Holy Grail war, I need Saber. That's not what this is about, though. I just don't want to lose Saber. But that means I'd have to have Saber attack people, like Ryder did. I can't let her do that. Giving Saber that order is as good as telling her to die. Besides, I think she'd just refuse outright. But when my head slumps down, I see my left hand. I have 2 command spells left. If If I use one, I can force Saber to obey me even if she refuses. I bite my lip and shake the thought off. It's ridiculous. Time slips by me as I sit on the bench. I have no idea how long I remain sitting there. But just as my fingers start to tremble from the cold... Oh.
Ah! I thought I'd never see you again, but you're here.
I look up, hearing a voice calling to me.
It really is you. Hello, Shiro. You look down. Did something happen?
Ilya, did you come all the way here by yourself again? It's not safe. You never know where masters are lurking. I'm about to warn her that other masters might be lurking nearby, waiting to attack. I catch myself realizing how stupid that would be. Ilya is a master. I shouldn't be worried about her. We're enemies. Sorry. I don't really have time to talk right now. I know we bumped into each other, but I can't talk today. It's going to be really cold, so you should head home. I don't get up from the bench as I dismiss Ilya. There are plenty of things I'd like to talk to her about, but I can't think of anything other than Saber right now. What's going on? Ilya doesn't say anything. She's looking at me as if I'm a stranger. Ilya? Sorry, I don't mean to be harsh. I've just got a lot on my mind right now.
I know. Saber's about to disappear, right? And you're wondering what to do.
Just out of nowhere, Ilya's voice has gotten so cold and detached. Ilya?
What a stupid thing to worry about. No wonder you let Writer's Master get away. You just need to kill losers like them.
I move my feet. Something tells me this isn't a time to be sitting, so I shift my weight forward to get up. But my body doesn't move, as if I'm entranced by Ilya. Ilya, how do you know about that?
There's not much to explain. I was there last night, at the building. I could only watch from inside, though.
I try to make my hands and feet move, but nothing happens. No, it feels like the more I try to move, the stiffer they get. It's those eyes. Whenever I see Ilya's red eyes, my senses go dull.
Oh, you're already chained down. You really weren't on your guard at all. I thought it'd be easier to capture you if you were all alone, but you're so cute getting caught so easily.
Ilya, you...
It's no use, brother. You can't move now. Soon you won't be able to talk, but there's nothing to worry about. I actually didn't come here to talk today either.
Ilya's eyes blaze with murderous intent. This is Ilya as I saw her the other night. Berserker's master. Do you plan to kill me? Right here? I grip my teeth and gather all my strength. But my fingers won't so much as budge. It's like Ilya's stare has frozen every nerve in my body.
Yep, there's no reason for you to remain a master, right? If Saber disappears, you'll be all alone. I can't have you go on being a master. I can kill you easily if you have no other means to fight.
Ilya raises her hand. Her slender white fingers reach for my chest. The fucking fisheye lens.
I'm glad I found you before the others killed you. So good night, brother. Saber's going to disappear anyway, so the sooner the better, right?
My vision fades. My limbs have gone completely numb, and now I can't see either. How long have I been stuck in this darkness? Before I can figure out whether I'm alive or dead, I lose consciousness. My body is burning. Even if my consciousness has fallen into darkness, the burning in my body tells me I'm still alive. Yes, that must mean I'm still alive. Even so, it may only be temporary. Ilya even said it.
I can kill you easily if you have no other means to fight.
She's absolutely right. Without Saber, I can't fight a proper battle. A Holy Grail war is a battle between servants, and there's no way I can go up against other servants. I'm sorry, just readjusting in my chair. This fucking desk is so loud. Anyway. That's been proved more than enough by now. Each time I got absolutely thrashed. Like Saber said, all I can do against servants is try to survive for as long as possible. I couldn't even do that. I was cut to pieces and even thrown out of a third-story window. It's only this weird, inexplicable thing going on with my body that's kept me alive. It's so frustrating. It makes me so angry. In the face of an unbeatable opponent, I couldn't stop the catastrophe in front of me on my own, even though I decided to fight. I said I was going to fight as a master and vowed not to hurt anyone, but I couldn't even keep those promises. I'm pissed off. The champions of justice I strived to emulate when I was young always had to win, or there would be no point. My body is burning. Every inch of me trembles with the need to win, but I have neither the means to win or even a way to fight. What good am I? I can't even fight alongside Saber without bringing her down. Another mistake. You're not fit for fighting, Shido Emiya. Your battle is supposed to be a mental one. A fight against your own self. Suddenly, I remember Archer saying that. You haven't got a prayer of winning once the battle starts. None of your skills are worth a damn against servants. I know that. I've certainly been reminded more than enough. Then at least imagine it. If you can't possibly beat the opponent in reality, then beat them in your imagination. If you can't win yourself, imagine something that can win. You don't have to remind me. I can only win in my own head. What can I imagine that would ever help me win? I can't imagine beating a servant. I don't have such a wild imagination as to fool myself. Any fantasy I come up with will be full of loose threads that will come unraveled. My third-rate imagination hasn't got a prayer against these incredible servants. That's why. Who do I win against? And how do I win? I'm still searching for that answer. Am I really searching for it? That golden sword. It's meant only for her. I don't want it for myself. It's so beautiful. Just once I'd like to hold it in my hands if I can. I guess this is just a bad habit I've picked up as an untrained mage. Since all I can do is look within myself, I tend to dream about stuff I shouldn't. I should at least be allowed to dream. First, I imagine the thing's basic structure, then reproduce it. I guess there's not much point in strengthening here. If strengthening is the act of applying something to an existing object, there's not much point in doing that to something that doesn't even exist. That means I need to work harder if I'm going to remember that sort. This is well before the basics. This is from before Kiritsugu taught me strengthening. A magecraft process and I thought up on my own, and packed with trivial steps. A magecraft process that I thought up on my own and packed with trivial steps. Yeah. Sorry. Philip with the 8. This is never explicitly stated in any route, but Ilya uses Mystic Eyes of Binding in this scene, and just a little fun Easter egg for Tsukihime fans. Oh yeah, you know, I had figured that was probably the case, but I had never actually looked into it just because I didn't want to, like, toe around too much and encounter any actual, like, later story spoilers for Fate itself. But, yeah, that's a fun fact to know. We do love our Type Moon stuff, kind of, our you know, retroactive Type Moon knowledge coming in handy. That was the same way that I kind of felt while I was reading Tsukihime, and I believe it's, Hisui mentions something about the Ryogi clan, and, you know, me having just watched Kara no Kyokai, like, pointing at the screen, like, the Ryogi clan! So... Let's see. How did I do it? How did I give it form? When I come to, I have no idea where I am. Where am I? This place isn't just unfamiliar. There's a luxurious canopy bed, and the plush carpet is ankle deep. There's even a stone fireplace, and it's clearly not just a decoration. What I initially take for wallpaper, I realize on inspection, is actually patterns engraved on the wall. I've gotten used to fancy decorations like the ones in Shinji's mansion, but this is something else entirely. It's a little embarrassing to say this out loud, but this place is like a castle from a fairy tale. My vision blurs. My body feels strangely heavy. Maybe I'm having circulation problems or something. I feel like I might fall back asleep if I relax even a little. What the hell happened? I try to get my clouded mind working. Oh, right. Ilya paralyzed me and I just passed out. So, Ilya's captured me. There's nobody in the room. My body feels heavy, but not so bad that I can't even lift a finger like before. If I really work at it, I might be able to lift an arm. What the? I'm tied up! My drowsy mind suddenly jolts to full alertness. I realize I'm in danger, and so study my surroundings carefully. I'm in a chair. My hands are bound behind my back. I'm handcuffed. No, my wrists are just tied with rope. It's not as bad as I imagined, but I still can't move. My whole body is weirdly tingly. And I can't get up with my arms tied behind me. I wonder how long I've been here. Is there no clock here. There's nothing in here to tell me what time it is. A window. There's a window behind me. I try to turn and get a look, but the curtains are closed, so I can't see outside. All I can say for sure is that the sun's set. I ran into Ilya this morning, so it's been at least half a day. I don't have time for this. I have no idea where I am, but I need to get back to Saber as fast as I can. Saber is in a weakened state. I can't be even more of a burden to her by letting something like this happen. I try to make my arms move. If I'm going to escape, I have to do something about these ropes around my wrists. The door opens. I go still just as Ilya enters the room.
Oh, you finally woke up. Morning, brother. How are you feeling?
Ilya's not acting at all like she had earlier. The coldness in her eyes is gone, and she's back to acting like the cheerful girl she'd been at the park the other day.
What's wrong? You don't look so good. You still can't move? That's weird. You should at least be able to talk by now.
Ilya peers into my face, looking puzzled. She seems genuinely concerned for me. I'm fine. I can talk, and my mind's clear enough to understand that I've been captured.
Oh, are you complaining? Did you know prisoners are usually supposed to go into the basement cell? But I felt bad at the thought of doing that to you, so I brought you to my room.
I don't know if that's good or bad, but at least I understand what's going on a little better. I'm getting a clearer picture of what happened. I've been captured, and this is where you live. I speak flatly, trying to kill my emotions. Until I understand completely what's happening here, I just need to listen.
That's right. Remember I told you I live in a castle in a forest? This is a castle in the middle of a big forest. There's nothing else around. It takes a few hours by car just to get to your city. There's no chance of a rescue out here, and nobody will come bother us either.
I see. Okay, but why did you do this? If you were going to kill me, you could have done it at the park.
Why would I? I don't intend to kill you. You're mine. I'll kill the other masters, but you're special. I locked you up here so that nobody could bother us.
I find myself recoiling. Ilya pushes her face closer to me, ignoring my agitation. Ilya, what are you...
Okay, I'm gonna elect not to read that line. Anyway. Anyway.
Yep, I knew it. You're special, Shido. Hey, wanna be my servant? If you say you'll be my servant, I won't kill you. If you just nod, I'll spare you.
Ilya's words are so pure and heartfelt. I know that if I nod even once, it'll be a choice I can't unmake, and I'll absolutely come to regret it. On the other hand, if I refuse, that purity will turn into pure wickedness. With Ilya leaning so close, my mind greets to a shrieking halt. She's not saying that just because she likes me. This is more like an interrogation, a matter of whether I want to live or die.
This is a no-brainer. You don't have Saber anymore. You don't have a way of fighting.
Atropos with the $2. Shitto, that is a literal child. Yep. Anyway, ignoring that.
That means there's no reason for you to remain a master.
No, Saber hasn't disappeared yet, and I'm not going to let it happen.
Oh, really? But it would be so easy to kill you in your state.
Girl. Mod. Please observe the disclaimers below the chat, below the fucking game window, please. Anyway,
Just give in and stay here. If you stay by my side forever, I'll protect you forever.
Ilya presses close against me. I'm not sure what'll happen if I refuse, but I still can't agree. I can't. Step away, Ilya. No matter what you say, Ilya presses her index finger to my lips. She giggles in amusement and watches me in my bewilderment.
You really don't understand. Listen, you're like a bird in a cage. It's my decision whether to keep you alive or kill you. You shouldn't say anything that might make me mad. I've waited 10 years for this. Killing you quickly would just be boring.
What? Ilya talks like she's asking for a toy. The sheer cold-heartedness in her voice sends a shiver down my spine.
This is your last chance, brother. I'm only asking this one more time.
Ilya's eyes shine with hope.
Shido, be mine.
Ilya's tone is bewitching and brooks no refusal.
Nope. No, thank you.
I don't even need to think about it. And shit, even I only have so much patience. Every single one of them is sure Saber is going to disappear. Saber won't disappear. I'm going to fight with her until the end. I can't let this destroy the oath we made. Ilya, I can't do what you're asking me to. I have Saber. As long as Saber is around, I'm going to keep on fighting as a master. A soft gasp. For a second, her red eyes snapped open as if she'd gone into rigor mortis.
Oh. So you're going to betray me too, Shido.
Ilya backs away. She looks down but maintains her composure.
Fine. If you're not going to listen to me, I'm not going to listen to you either. I've been letting you do whatever you want, but that ends now.
Ilya's voice is dripping with hostility now. There's something terrible lurking behind that malice.
Wait right here. I'll be just a minute.
Wait! What are you going to do, Ilya?
Oh, nothing. I'm just going to kill Saber and Rin. If I kill the two of them, that'd make you feel kinda guilty, right?
What? Don't be ridiculous! Saber and Tosaka have nothing to do with this! I'm only saying I can't be with you for my own reasons.
Oh, really? Well, I'm still killing them. Once that's over, it'll be your turn. If you won't be mine, you're useless to me.
You hear Ilya's footsteps moving off. Ilya is serious. She really means to go kill Saber and Tosaka. Stop! Ilya! Saber and Tosaka have nothing to do with this! I'm the one you captured, so if you're gonna hate someone, just hate me! You don't need to kill them!
I have a reason. I can't leave any other master alive. Isn't that how Holy Grail Wars work?
You dummy, don't talk about killing people like it's so easy! You should never do that! You're a kid! You shouldn't even be thinking about this kind of thing! Ilya stares at me in disbelief.
Too late. I've already killed the master, brother.
She sounds so joyful as she says it.
Yesterday, though, I thought you were gonna take care of him, so I didn't expect to do it.
What? In that instant, I surprisingly understand exactly what she's talking about. Ilya was in the building last night, which means she must have seen the master running for his life as the perfect prey. Ilya, you didn't...
Sorry. I only did it because you didn't. I don't like actually taking other people's stuff.
She doesn't sound guilty at all. It probably means nothing to her. It makes me realize something. I've probably known this since the moment we first met. She really doesn't know the difference between good and evil. That innocent laugh is just as much Ilya as the merciless laugh I hear now. It's not that Ilya has a devil on one shoulder and an angel on the other. Ilya, however angelic she may look, is a devil.
Well, I'm off. When I get back, it'll be your turn, so do your best to escape. Then again, the little bird in captivity will remain in captivity, because it can't escape. Knowing you, you won't be able to escape this little cage.
Ilya leaves. She's absolutely right, of course. She knows nothing of threats or tactics, so she just says what's true. But I can't stay here forever. I need to escape and meet up with Saber before Ilya can attack her. I shake myself, trying to loosen the ropes around my wrists. Maybe she really doesn't think I can escape. There's no one else here. If I'm not being watched, even I can manage to get out of some ropes, but... Damn, I still can't. My body just won't listen to me. My limbs move, but they're heavy as lead, and just trying to move at all is exhausting. Ilya knew I couldn't escape because of this. I can't move like this. Even if I got out of the rope, I won't be able to escape the room if I can hardly move. My whole body feels heavy, not because I'm tired. Yeah, I haven't been able to move since I looked into Ilya's eyes. They must be mystic eyes. I hear truly superior mages can perform some sort of magecraft just by making eye contact with their target. Restraint's a common effect of mystic eyes, so that's probably what's going on here. Eyes are how we take in visual information, and so we're susceptible to suggestion and spells. And that's why most mages employ some sort of protection on their eyes to block out other mages' magecraft. Tosaka would be so mad if she found out that all it took to paralyze me was a suggestion, not even a spell. Well, at least that was from mystic eyes learned through magecraft. Some monsters are born with mystic eyes and don't even need to lock eyes with their target. I hear all they need to do is look to use whatever ability they have, but it's also extremely rare for people to have powers like that. And luckily, Ilya's mystic eyes aren't unique or special. They're just a means of sending magical energy at a target. And that means there has to be a way to dispel the effect.
I'm Gona. A bit disappointed. I was hoping for Shinji to get some character development and to learn why he's such an asshole. Oh well, maybe in a different route. Rest in piss. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I do definitely think there are some characters that by the end of this route, because I've read to the end of this one, are like pretty much kind of untouched on in some ways, but I assume that they are touched on much more heavily in the next two.
And that means there has to be a way to dispel the effect. Ilya's magical energy is invading my nerves, preventing me from moving. If I can get rid of that magical energy, that should fix my paralysis. It's simple. If there's a buildup of mud, then all I have to do is flush it out to clean it out. I close my eyes and focus inward, on my own body. I may not have the skill to detect and remove foreign magical energy that's invaded my body, but I don't need anything like that, so long as I'm dealing with magical energy that hasn't become a curse and taken root in my body. If Ilya's magical energy is lingering, stagnant in my body, I just need a strong flow of magical energy through my body to flush it out. Sorry. It's crude, but it's all I can do. I apologize to my body for what I'm about to put it through. All I have to do is focus on my daily routine. The ritual where I force a foreign nerve down my spine. No, not anymore. I don't need to build it from scratch anymore. Now all I have to do is flip the switch in my head. Instead of creating a magic circuit in my body, I just have to switch my nerves into a magic circuit. Trace. On. I murmur the spell to focus myself. You don't use spells to change the world around you. They're to be used on yourself, to empower you to change the world. For mages, they're a way to initiate a kind of self-transformation. Spells are the first, most basic magecraft used to create a mystic just for you, a command that will only work on you. Basic structure, analysis. My blood flow accelerates. Power builds in my blood. My body's becoming a machine for circulating magical energy, probably thanks to the gem Tosaka made me swallow. Normally this would take me at least an hour. Now I'm able to do it almost instantly. Composition, analysis. I don't even need to flip the switch at this rate. I can just let the magical energy circulate and let my hands go. Actually, I say flip the switch, but I still haven't found the switch to begin with. Heat rushes into me. I try to get control over my pounding heart, and my hands slip away from the bucking reins. Blood spurts from my mouth. I must have opened a vein or torn something inside of myself. I channeled enough magical energy to flush out the mud that invaded me, so it's no wonder I'm throwing up blood. Luckily, I don't feel any pain. Maybe I'm not in pain because of that self-healing thing I have. It's an abnormality of my body that I still don't understand, but I'm delighted to have it at a time like this. The ability to heal any non-fatal wound is my biggest and only strength right now. I do need to be careful not to rely on it too much, though. Since I still have no idea how it works, relying on it too much risks losing it all. So I can't rely on miracles I don't understand. Okay. Now there's just the rope. I undo the rope. My wrists were bruised, but I wasn't bound tightly enough to cut off circulation. I don't think Ilya tied me up, but I wasn't bound very tightly. Besides, I doubt it was Ilya who carried me in here anyway. Who here other than Ilya might not be all that strong? It definitely wasn't Berserker. If he'd tied me up, he'd have snapped my hands right off. I rise to my feet as I try to crack a joke. Ouch! I can control my body, but I've pushed it too far. While I may not be injured, magical energy's raging through my body. Just moving around's likely to tear my insides up. It's probably the pain. Dizziness and nausea rack my entire body, and I have no feeling at the ends of my arms and legs. I'm not going to get home before Ilya gets back. Not like this. Why am I being such a coward? I don't have time for that kind of thinking. I slap my cheeks and start walking. What? As soon as I lean against the wall and start toward the door, I hear something on the other side of the wall. Footsteps. More than one set of footsteps. People are approaching my door and talking. They stop right in front of my door. Someone's on the patrol? Damn, at the worst possible moment! There's no time to hide. I need to...
Oh, jeez. Well, I guess I'll have to punch their lights out as soon as the door is open.
Victory goes to the one who makes the first move. I need to fight. I can't hide, and I don't have time for that anyway. I need to get back out there just as fast as I can and get back to Saber. The door opens. I push myself up against the wall right behind the door. Huh? The scout opens the door but doesn't enter the room. Hold on. The chair is visible from the entrance even without coming in. Whoever's peeking in will know what's going on just from seeing the empty chair where I'm supposed to be sitting. Crap! If they call for backup right now, escaping will get a lot harder. I'm just gonna have to hurry out and take on whoever's on patrol. I push off from the wall and rush toward the door, and then... They must have figured out I was hiding because they step into the room as soon as I jump out. Take that! No chance of stopping now. Whoever I'm up against, I just need to knock them out and escape.
Halt! If you comply, I may spare your... Shido?
I freeze. My mind goes blank. The very person I have to go save is standing right in front of me. Saber? Why are you here?
What? Why? I should hardly need to tell you. Servants need not explain their need to protect their masters. It's my duty to come to your aid, knowing you have been captured.
Well, but how did you know I got captured? Or actually, why are you here, Saber? This is Ilya's hideout. You shouldn't be coming anywhere near here right now.
I should be the one asking you. What were you thinking? I've repeatedly told you never to go out alone, but you allowed Ilyasvale to capture you, easily at that, and bring you here. You have failed as a master. I insist you make an apology for this.
I know I was careless, but seriously, why are you here? You can barely move, so what were you thinking coming to Ilya's stronghold in this state?
I could ask the same of you. Servants protect their masters. It does not matter where you were taken, even Ilyasvale's stronghold.
Saber is as blunt as ever. She's exactly as she's always been. This isn't the weak, slumbering Saber from last night.
Shido, why have you clammed up? I knew it. You were injured in your captivity.
No, that's not it. Don't worry about me. I'm just glad to see you doing better. I'm genuinely relieved. I'm surprised to see Saber here, but I'm much happier to see that she's herself. I know it's selfish of me to think this way, but I think this is how Saber should be. I'm sorry, Saber. I don't fully understand, but you came to rescue me, right?
Oh, yes. It is a servant's duty to rescue her master.
Thanks. I'm really glad you came. What a relief. Everything sorted itself out. Now I just need to get out of here with Saber. Wait a minute. Is that... Tosaka? Tosaka?! Are you real, and are you really right here?
You look better than I thought you would. Maybe I didn't need to come.
That's what I said, Ren. I told you to just leave Shido Emiya be. All he does is cause trouble for everyone around him, then somehow survive himself. This would be a perfect opportunity to just leave him to die on his own.
Please, Archer, hold your tongue. I asked for your help, yes, but that does not give you the right to insult Shido.
You talk big now that your master is safe. First the master, then the servant. I don't have an ounce of gratitude for their own allies. Well, we're gonna end up fighting eventually. It's probably best not to have too much in the way of fond feelings. He must have hit a nerve as Saber grows silent. This guy, he's not just unfriendly to me, he treats Saber the same way.
Enough. I hope you haven't forgotten the situation we're all in right now, Archer. We don't have time for bickering. We need to get out of here before Iliasville comes back. Wait a minute.
You came here knowing this is where Ilia lives? And actually, Ilia left saying that she was going to kill Tosaka and Saber. That means Ilia and Tosaka passed each other. That's a relief. I think Ilia is heading to my place right now. If you guys hadn't come here, you would have had to fight her. Would have had to fight her there.
Yeah, looks that way. I did see Ilia and Berserker head outside, though I must admit that if they hadn't left, we wouldn't be able to sneak in here in the first place.
I get it. Saber and Tosaka only managed to pull something so bold off because they saw Ilia leave. She's bold as ever, but this time that brazenness worked to our advantage. I'm impressed.
We'll talk later. I braced myself knowing that this was the Einsburns' hideout, but it'd be much better if we could avoid confronting any of them at all. And Saber's in no state to go up against Berserker right now.
Tosaka gestures for me and Saber to separate. Tosaka, what do you mean Saber's in no state? She's got her color back and she's acting like herself.
You should really know better than to be so blindly optimistic. Saber hasn't recovered at all. Can't you see she's barely able to stand? Rin, you promised to keep that to yourself. Sorry, I need to go back on my word. Keeping quiet won't help anyone, and this isn't a secret we can keep forever anyway.
That may be true, but she sounds so pained. And now I see nothing has changed about her situation. Saber, is Tosaka telling the truth?
Yes, Rin is correct. It is embarrassing to admit, but I am in no position to fight as a Saber right now. At best, I can be your shield. I figured as much. She's too weak to even armor herself up, but she insisted she come with us. She probably figured she'd defend her master even if she really couldn't fight.
What? She's so weak she can't even arm herself. She was willing to become my shield since she couldn't fight? What kind of absurd nonsense is she saying?
I'm sorry, Shido. I know I'm useless as a servant in my current state, but I can at least be your shield. I know this is not ideal for you, but it's the only—
Oh, come on! Why does Saber never think about herself? Why is she only ever worried about everyone else? To hell with that, of course I'm not happy! Tosaka, why did you bring Saber? Don't you realize Saber needs more help than me right now?
Wait, what? I tried to stop her. Saber refused to listen, and we wouldn't have been able to pinpoint where you were without her in the first place. I know it was risky, but we need Saber.
You still— I want to tell her that she shouldn't have brought Saber, but I stopped myself. I have no business criticizing. This is only happening because I went and got captured. Tosaka and Saber were just doing what they thought was right. Enough squabbling. Just leave it alone for now, Rin. Masters are sensitive to any changes in their homes, so we don't have time to explain every detail just now.
You're right. Iliasvale must be surprised we're gone, so she's probably coming back real quick. Fine. Let's talk later. Right now our priority's getting out of this castle. Are you okay with that, Shido?
Shido, we should— Yeah, but if Saber's as bad as she was last night, it'd be hard for her to even walk right now. I don't want to push Saber any harder than I have already.
Honestly, you all underestimate me.
Eh? Saber?
Even low on magical energy, I can still fight better than Shido. If anything, I'm more concerned about Shido disappearing. Rin may not have noticed, but your magical energy is disordered, is it not?
Well, this is nothing. I can manage. I'm totally fine. Really.
Then we are in the same state, you and I. I may be slightly uncomfortable, but it is not unbearable. This may all be difficult to accept given how quickly it's happened, but let us follow Rin for now. We can discuss this further once we've returned home.
Saber encourages me to go. I give up. She looks so serious, so determined that I can't worry anymore. You're right. There are lots of things I want to talk about, but they can wait until we all get home safely. I want to ask about Saber's condition, and I want to thank her for coming to rescue me. But now isn't the time to ask her about the dream I had. Okay, let's go, Saber. I nod and get moving as best as I can. Every step is a supreme effort, but this isn't the time for whining. Even weakened as she is, Saber came all the way here. Whoa. Is this a hallway? This corridor wouldn't be out of place in a museum. Ilia's castle must be massive.
Hey, no time to gawk. Even if we make it out of the castle, the forest surrounding it's huge. If we don't hurry, it'll be morning before we're out.
A forest? So we really are in the mountains? Are you talking about the forest that's a couple hours from Miyama by car?
Yep, we're in the Einsburn secret castle. Once we make it out, it'll take a few hours to get through the forest. It's nighttime right now, so we should be out of the forest before the sun rises.
Tosuka heads through the hallway, not hesitating for a moment. She's probably heading towards whatever door they snuck in through. I figured it was night, but how long have I been here? I thought it was about half a day, but maybe it's actually been a few days.
Iliasvale captured you in the morning, so it's been about half a day. Though the date has changed, so you have spent a day in captivity, I suppose.
Ugh. I see. Sorry.
No, please do not apologize. Iliasvale held you captive for a considerable amount of time, but you're still safe. That must be proof that you did not submit mentally, even though your body was captive.
Well, that may be true, but...
Yes, Iliasvale may look like a young girl, but she is still an Einsburn mage. Had you submitted to her, you would likely no longer be yourself. And it's not as if I did not consider that possibility. I came to this castle fully prepared to find you dead. Which is why I was so glad to reunite with you, Shido. My master has shown me that he is all right, so I cannot possibly show myself to be any worse off.
I feel the same. I couldn't stand not knowing if Saber was safe or not.
Hey! You two are serious about escaping, right? If you guys fall behind, I'm gonna leave you.
Tosuka pops her head from the bend of the corridor to yell at us. Crap, this really isn't the time for us to chat. Let's hurry, Saber. I break into a run, urging Saber to do the same. Ugh. Everything hurts, but I grit my teeth and keep going. I drive my aching body on, following Tosuka. As I half-limp, half-run, Saber brings up the rear. She must be in a lot of pain, too. She's pretending not to be, but she's in no condition for this. Saber, if it's hard for you... I want to tell her I'll give her a helping hand, but I stop myself. Saying that will just make Saber dig in her heels and be more determined not to accept help. All I can do is keep an eye on her. Once Saber's too exhausted to complain, I'll just carry her. Honestly, Saber can be incorrigible sometimes. She has to be forced to even take a break. And so, with Tosuka leading the way, we managed to get to the exit. Hey, you said this was an exit, but this is the entrance, Tosuka.
What are you on about? You do know that you can go in and out of an entrance, right?
Tosuka hurries down the stairs. Well, I'm in no position to complain. Saber and I head down the stairs and into the hall. It looks like a lobby. All we have to do now is head through that big door at the other end of the hall and we're out.
Okay, we should be okay now that we've come this far. Problem now is how we get through the forest. We might be able to use the cover of darkness to reach the main road. We really don't want to be here when Iliasvale comes back and finds you're gone. By the time she comes back, it'll be morning. Hey, what's with that look, Shido? You've obviously got a problem.
Nothing. Just kind of remembering how ballsy you are.
You have the weirdest thoughts at the weirdest times.
Well, I was more getting at her just walking into the enemy stronghold through the front door.
Well, whatever. Let's just head out. I remember the way back from here, so we won't get lost.
We head towards the entrance. A long, narrow hall extends from the lobby, and at the end of it is an enormous door. The hall is unbelievably about 30 meters long. I'm reminded that we're standing in an actual castle, but in the next moment...
Oh, going home already? What a shame, after you came all the way here.
Ilya shouldn't be here, but her giggling voice echoes up and down the hall. I whirl around. Everyone skids to a stop. The instant we see our enemy, we know we're dead as soon as we turn our backs to them. Ilya's fail.
Oh, Ilya, Svel.
Tosika's voice trembles. Back at the other end of the hall, we see her standing at the top of the stairs we just descended. She shouldn't be here. Ironically, it's a similar arrangement to our first meeting. Ilya standing above us with Berserker behind her. Berserker's presence is overwhelming. Now that I can assess a servant's strength, I understand what a monster he really is. We can't do this. Even if Saber was at full strength, Berserker is just too powerful. It wouldn't even be a battle. That monster can't be beat, not in a fight. If we're going to beat Berserker, we have to figure out how to do it without fighting him. In other words, if we want to live, we need to stay far away from Berserker.
Good evening. I'm so happy you came to see me, Rin.
Ilya's voice is cheerful and bouncy. She's smiling that same smile I saw the night we met, innocent but merciless. She won't settle to squash us like bugs. And that's when I realized, we're not going to escape. Period. No matter what I do, I can't stop Ilya. Even if I try to draw Ilya's attention, that won't let Tosika and the others escape.
What's wrong? You're so boring when you just keep your mouth shut. I'm giving you some time, so I suggest writing a will while you still can.
She giggles. But we don't have time for these kinds of games. We need to run to the entrance the second we can find an opening. Even if I know we'll never get an opening, all we can do is wait and hope. Then let me ask you one thing. Even in this situation...
Oh, okay. Then let me ask you one thing.
Even in this situation, Tosika takes a step closer towards Ilya.
Ilya Svel, I didn't sense your presence coming back. Were you hiding this entire time?
Yes, I didn't go anywhere. I was watching all of you make fools of yourselves from here.
Oh, really? So that wasn't the real you heading outside?
Right. I knew you were coming. I'm the lord of this place, so I should entertain my guests, right?
Right then, the giant vanishes. I'm not sure if it just jumped or moved. The next thing I know, Berserker appears in the middle of the lobby, creating a whirlwind. This is the end for us. If we retreat towards the entrance, he'll slice us in half with that axe sword the moment we turn our backs to him. But we're dead if we stay here, too. Our only other option is to challenge that walking mass of death, however futile it'll be.
Are we done talking? Then let's begin, Berserker!
The pale girl raises her hand as if performing a ritual and looks down at us.
I swear I won't let anyone get away today.
Her declaration is equal parts murderous intent and delight. Berserker's eyes light up. Before, Berserker had only moved as Ilya ordered, but now he's free to act and he identifies us as enemies. Something's making a grinding sound. Tosika? Tosika grits her teeth, hard, as if in regret.
Archer, can you hear me?
Tosika speaks quietly without turning.
We don't need long. Distract him for us.
She just ordered her servant to his death. Archer doesn't answer.
Ridiculous! Are you mad, Rin? Archer cannot possibly go against Berserker alone! We're going to take that chance to escape. Archer is going to buy us some time.
Tosika continues giving her orders, ignoring Saber. Her voice is cold, devoid of any emotion. Archer, who had been silent as if pondering something, his eyes fixed on Berserker, gives a slight nod. A sound plan. I'll be able to escape once Rin and the others have. Independent action is an Archer's strong suit. He takes a step forward as if to protect Tosika. Berserker doesn't move, Ilya's laughter echoes from above.
Oh wow, this is a surprise. You think your nobody of a servant can stop my Heracles? I never thought you'd do something so cute, Rin.
Neither Tosuka nor Archer are in any position to object. They know better than anyone. Archer steps forward. He's empty-handed as usual. Tosuka looks at Archer's back. There's nothing she can say to him. She must know her orders are absurd. They amounted to telling Archer to die so we could escape. Archer, Tosuka's about to say something, but... Rin, I just want to check something with you. Archer interrupts her, speaking so nonchalantly that it seems out of place. Fine. What? Tosuka turns towards Archer, her eyes downcast. Archer's gaze stays locked on Berserker. Yeah. I don't mind buying you time. But you wouldn't mind if I just beat this thing, right? It sounds completely ridiculous. Archer, are you? No. There's no need to hold back. Give him hell, Archer. Understood. Guess I should try to live up to your expectations. Archer walks forward, only 10 meters until he reaches Berserker. At this distance, it could close on Archer instantly.
You're making a mockery of me. Fine. Get him, Berserker! Go! Tear that cocky man to pieces!
Ilya's voice is hysterical. Tosuka turns her back, not paying attention. Let's go. Once we're out, we've won. Tosuka grabs my hand as well as Saber's and runs. Saber doesn't object. She follows Tosuka. I start running toward the entrance, leaving Archer behind. But then, from behind me, Shidoemiya. He calls out to me, his back still to me. I let go of Tosuka's hand and turned around. In the lobby, now a good ways from me, I see Archer's back as he faces down Berserker. Listen, you're not a fighter. You only create. Berserker draws near. Archer is still empty-handed, and he doesn't take a single step while he watches his enemy closing in. Don't think about anything else. There's only one thing you can do, so master that one thing. Archer raises one hand. I have no idea when he got it, but he's holding a short sword now. Don't forget, what you need to do is always imagine yourself as the strongest. You don't need an enemy. The only opponent you need to fight is your own mind. I see him start to shift. Berserker's sword sends a rush of wind ahead of him. I turn and run, not staying to watch the clash. Tosuka and Saber are already at the entrance. I run and I don't look back. The sight of the man in red made it clear that I needed to go. Ugh. We hurry through the long hallway and out through the gate. Hard as it is to believe we were really in a castle, and an old one at that, hidden deep in a forest. The whole place is surrounded by trees as far as one can see. I can't see any buildings or even the sky in the distance. This way.
Oh, this way. We should be able to reach the main road in about 3 hours. We'd better run.
3 hours. Honestly, I'm not sure I'll last that long. I'm not tired, but the pain gets worse with every step. If I could at least rest, my fever might break. We don't have time for that.
Shido, hurry.
Tosuka sounds every bit as hurried. She'd given Archer his orders. As composed as she looks, I can see the regret weighing on her. I know. They're going to catch up. Saber, let's hurry!
Oh, yes. Let us hurry, Shido.
Saber's eyes are downcast, but she breaks into a run with us. We follow Tosuka as she slips between the trees. Saber's breath rattles loudly in her chest as she runs beside me. It's too dark for me to see clearly, but I can tell she's struggling. I can't ignore it any longer. Saber loses her balance. I sweep in from the side and take hold of her before she hits the ground. That's it. You can't go on anymore. You can't go on anymore, Saber.
What are you saying, Shido? I've been in situations like this many times. I can still run.
What are you talking about? Experienced or not, you're still in pain now. Come on, you need to admit you're struggling. I pull her arm. Saber hardly weighs anything anyway. I gather her effortlessly into my arms.
What are you doing, Shido?
No questions, just rest for a while. I'll be the first to fall if I have to keep watching you struggle like that.
No, insolence! Unhand me! Do you truly believe this is enough to make me collapse?
Saber struggles in my arms, but her resistance is weak. Her thin arms have no real strength in them as she pushes at my chest. It pains me to see that's how weak she's gotten. I never imagined Saber could be too weak to push away from someone picking her up.
What are you thinking, Shido? I will not permit such behavior, even from my master!
Saber struggles against me, her face beat red. I can't really blame her. This must be a terribly embarrassing position for a knight to be in, but now isn't the time to worry about that. Lies, you're too weak to even push me away. This is an order from your master. If you won't listen, I'll have to use a command spell.
But that's cruel. I will not tolerate such absurd nonsense as using a command spell for something like this. And keep quiet. If we don't hurry, Tosaka's gonna leave us behind.
Saber must have given up as she reluctantly falls silent. That's good enough for now. As long as she's not struggling, I can carry her and run at the same time. Spots burst across my vision. As I run, my blood pumps faster. I try to fight down the nausea burning at the back of my throat, gritting my teeth with every step. My breathing is erratic, but I do all that I can to hold the pain at bay. There's a reason for that.
Shido, please put me down. I'll run on my own.
The moment she sees me struggling, Saber looks up at me, concerned. I can't stop now. Don't underestimate me. Carrying you's nothing. Compared to a broken stove, a girl's light as a feather. But just shut your mouth. It's give and take not in your vocabulary. You've saved me plenty, so it wouldn't be fair for me not to do this. I need to pay you back for everything you've done, or else I can't have you protecting me tomorrow.
No, that's not true. And you doing this is most certainly unfair.
Fine by me. Just means I'll only have to do something like this once. Besides, I'm starting to get motivated now. I take a breath and pick up the pace. Tosaka knows very well that I have Saber in my arms, but she keeps taking us through narrower and narrower paths. It's a good thing Saber is so light, but following Tosaka is a trial all on its own. If you keep talking, you might bite your tongue, so I'd appreciate it if you stopped.
Yes, and I'll do as my master says.
Saber relaxes in my arms. She was tense earlier, which made carrying her harder. Now it's a bit easier. The problem now is whether Saber and I will make it to our destination. I don't know how long we've been running. Maybe 30 minutes, maybe an hour. Running doesn't take a lot out of me. I've been training hard and Saber is so light, but right now, there's something wrong inside me. The more I move, the dizzier I get. I feel like I'm about to throw up. I would have understood if I'd been bitten by a snake and the poison was doing a number on me, since we're in a forest, but this is nothing. This pain won't bring me to my knees. It's just a heaviness in my chest, and I need to throw something up. And it's nothing compared to the heat I'm feeling in my arms right now. Saber's closed her eyes as if she were sleeping. She's not resisting, she's relaxed. Her body's growing hotter by the moment. Her clothes are damp with sweat, even though it's the middle of winter, and she's tucked her head down to hide her labored breathing from me. This is bad. At this rate, it'll be a repeat of that one night. The night Saber collapsed from exhaustion after using her noble phantasm against Ryder. Saber's condition hasn't changed since that night. Was she able to talk until now because she was just in that brief window before she disappeared? I run in an attempt to prevent that from coming true. I don't care what happens to my body. I move to my feet as fast as I can, hoping that we can do something as long as we make it home. I very nearly trip and skid to a stop, leaning my back against a tree. I taste blood. So that's where the nausea's coming from. None got on Saber, since it was just a little bit, but the source of my nausea churns in my chest. Well, depending on how you look at it, this is actually better. Saber would be pretty upset about the waste of food if I threw up. Actually, knowing Saber, she might well cut me in half for it. Yep, that's funny. A bit of levity lends me just a little more energy. Okay, break's over.
No, you're done pushing yourself, Shido.
Saber? She wasn't asleep. Saber speaks up from where she lays in my arms.
What do you mean I'm done? You should escape on your own, Shido. You cannot continue to carry me in your state. What the hell, I can't! I just tripped! This is nothing! Says the boy so pale he looks like a corpse.
Hey, Tosuka's come back for some reason.
If you want to put on a brave front, go ahead. Yeah, the forest is pretty dark, but you should still wipe the blood from your mouth. No wonder Saber is so worried.
This is a relief. With Rin present.
With this as a relief. With Rin present, I need not explain myself. Figured so. I just know what you're trying to say, Saber. We don't have much time, so go ahead and say what you want to say, so even a big dummy like him will get it.
Saber nods.
Yes, Rin, please leave me here. You will not make it out with me. And more importantly, I cannot last any longer.
I can't really insist she's being ridiculous. Neither of them needs to remind me how much worse Saber is getting. Saber won't last long. I have the sense that she won't make it until morning, the way things are going.
I see. So, what do you think, Shido? Are you gonna die with Saber out here?
Of course not. I've got no plans to die or to let Saber disappear. If she's going to disappear, I'll use my command spells or whatever.
Okay, that's good enough for me. Let's take care of both problems then. We'll save Saber and the three of us will escape this forest. That'll be the plan.
Huh? My brain feels like mushy tofu. Tosuka says the damnedest things, and always so casually. Hold on a minute. Yeah, I'd really like to do that, but we can't...
Just follow me. I have no intention of letting Saber die either, I'll have you know. I'm not going to let this opportunity slip away. I'm going to make sure you fulfill your duty. Shido said it was okay, so you don't mind, right, Saber?
Tosuka looks towards Saber meaningfully. Saber doesn't answer. Instead, she averts her eyes awkwardly. Once we pass through the exceptionally tall trees, something unexpected comes into our view. A ruin?
We should be able to hide out here for a while. Archer found this place on our way up here. He said we could use it as a hideout just in case.
Trees choke the ruins. Only one of the rooms on the second floor remains more or less intact. The windows are miraculously undamaged, and the brilliant moonlight casts the room in a pale glow.
It's pretty clean in here. Maybe someone was staying here recently.
Nothing phases this girl. Tosuka steps over the rubble and pats the bed near the wall with both hands.
Shido, over here. We should lay Saber here. Getting carried can actually be pretty tiring, you know.
Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. I lay Saber on the old beat-up bed. How are you holding up, Saber? Can you still move?
Yes, I'm fine since Shido carried me here. It seems I can still maintain my body.
Okay, then there's only one issue left. It's been an hour. It might take a little longer even if Ilias Vale is going to pursue us.
Anyway, I think that might still be... Rin? Question mark? There's only one issue left. It's been an hour. It might take a little longer even if Ilias Vale is going to pursue us. Now, we might be able to hide here until morning if they have trouble finding us.
Oh. She's just reminded me of something. Yeah, I figured since she used Ilia's full name. We've run as far as this ruins, but what happened with Berserker and Archer? He stayed in the castle to hold Berserker off. It's already been an hour. Archer should have retreated from the castle by now. Tosuka... Tosuka doesn't respond. She only presses her right hand to her heart like she's clutching something precious. And that's enough to tell me what happened to Archer. Tosuka's command spell is on her right arm. A master and their servant are connected. In the same way Saber was able to detect when I was in danger, a master can sense whether their servant is alive or dead. Tosuka...
Yeah. And I told him to just buy us some time. That guy. It was pretentious till the very end.
Silence falls between us. It feels like the silence will last forever, but then...
but I won't let it be meaningless. Since I've lost Archer, I'm going to defeat Berserker here.
The sound of Tosaka punching her hand into her fist breaks the silence.
No more mourning. My rule is that I should take action if I have time to worry. We've come this far, so now I'm going to have you make a decision too.
Huh? What kind of decision?
You should know very well. The decision to defeat Aliasville by killing Berserker. If we have Saber with us, we can't get out of this forest, and having her recover naturally would take too long. Whichever we try, Ilia catches us. Don't you get it? If the three of us are ever going to leave this forest, we need to defeat Berserker. If we can't do that, we're just going to follow Archer.
Defeat Berserker? That monster? Defeat that invincible whirlwind of death? I can't imagine that being possible. If we fight, we die. Tosaka should understand that perfectly herself. Is her plan still to defeat him, even knowing that? No, that's wrong. What am I saying? Tosaka's not saying we can beat it. She's not so blindly optimistic. Yeah, got it. We're not going to beat him to win. I should have realized that from the very beginning. We have to beat him, don't we? That's all there is to it. If we don't want to die here, we have to defeat that monster.
Exactly. Things aren't as dire as you might think either. Yeah, it's Berserker, but he should be wounded after fighting Archer. I've brought my entire jewel collection, and if Saber can recover, then we can come up with a plan or two. In fact, don't you think that this is our best opportunity to defeat Aliasvale, since Berserker is wounded?
But is there a way to heal Saber? This isn't the best place to treat her.
No. Location isn't the important thing for treating Saber. Saber's only weak because she's out of magical energy. If we can replenish enough of that magical energy, she should be able to use her abilities like before.
Tosaka's explanation reminds me of late last night. She said that Saber's magical energy was mostly gone, which is why, to restore Saber's magical energy, if you want to save Saber, you'll need to tell her to attack people and eat their souls. Then there's only one answer. Use a command spell, Emiya. That should at least let you avoid the worst case here. I have 2 command spells left. I'll use one to make Saber attack people so she can devour their souls to replenish her magical energy. If Saber won't recover, we can't defeat Berserker. If we can't defeat Berserker, then he'll kill us. I look at Saber where she lies. We're just letting her suffer at this point, but... No. I still can't agree to let Saber attack innocent people.
Yes. I actually agree this time.
Huh?
If we were somewhere else, I might have suggested it. But we're in Iliasvale's forest. There's not a single human soul around. There might be some people besides Ilia and Berserker in the castle, but going back there is a suicide mission. For Saber to eat souls, we'd have to be out of this place. So that's not going to happen right now.
Tosaka nods. I'm relieved not to have to make Saber attack people, but then how are we supposed to replenish Saber's magical energy? So what do we need to do, Tosaka? This whole problem comes from me not being able to provide Saber with magical energy.
There are other ways. I thought I explained that to you yesterday. I guess it's the day before yesterday now. Sharing magical energy with a servant can be accomplished by sharing magecraft and a handful of other methods. Back then, well, I didn't say anything because I never thought we'd end up in a situation like this.
I tried to think back to our conversation that night. Now that she mentions it, she said something like,
well, a path should have been created between you and Saber during her summoning, so there might be a different way, but...
I think that's what Tosaka said. I remember now, you said something about a path, and that there's some other method besides magecraft. Right? Or did I get it wrong? At the time, I was shocked to learn that I had to make Saber attack people, so I might have misheard her. Tosaka, is there another way?
Yeah, there are 2 options I can help you with, but this isn't exactly an ideal situation for either. Listen, Saber lacks magical energy because the path between you two is incomplete. In order for her to recover, we need to reform the path between you to make it work properly. That's probably the best solution, but I don't know how to do it.
That's probably the best solution, but I don't know how to do it. Saber's summoning was messed up from the start. If I had been able to make a connection to supply her with magical energy, we wouldn't be in this mess.
Okay, yeah, so just because people are gonna ask in the chat, and I know it's gonna go on if I don't address it, I should go ahead and say, and I think that we should please probably move on pretty promptly from this subject afterward. Yes, in the original release of the game, this is where a threesome would have happened. Between Rin, Saber, and Shido. That is what happens, literally. They replace it with something else in the remaster and all the console ports. That is canonically not the case anymore. It has basically been completely replaced in the canon with this new version of the scene. And I will actually, I'll be straight up with you. I'll be so real. This replacement scene, like what they came up with to replace the original eroge scene, is maybe one of my favorite scenes in the entire novel of what I've read so far. It's actually really fucking good. It's actually really cool. But yeah, if you were wondering why there was why there is the other than the fact that she's acted very gay before now, if you were wondering why there was a canonical basis for Rin being bisexual, it's because yes, as Philip just donated to quote, "Huh, I didn't know I swung that way." Rin 2004. Yes, she literally does say that in that original scene. She has a bisexual awakening. So anyway, but okay, let's move on and get into the actual scene now. I don't think we really need to touch on it any more than this.
It's quite simple. We need you and Saber to bond properly and reconnect your spiritual path. That's the only way to fix a path without breaking the contract or resummoning her.
Pixie Cakes with the $5. Rin is bisexual party.
And to do that, we need to transplant your magic circuits to Saber.
Transplant my magic circuits to Saber?
To establish a path between you and Saber, we need to transplant spiritually important organs. If the servant and master are borrowing from the Holy Grail's power, we need to create a connection just as strong or else the path won't be formed. And to accomplish that, we need to transplant the master's magic circuits to their servant. It's going to require something that extreme, or your powers won't reach Saber.
Magic circuits. An indispensable mechanism for mages that uses Odd to activate mana. It's the core of a mage's existence, and without it, the magical energy that serves as the source of a mage's power can't be created. To a mage, their magic circuits are more important than life itself. They see them as the thing that gives their existence value.
It's too dangerous to transplant a servant circuit to a master. Transplanting the circuits of ghostliners, especially heroic spirits, into a dying person pretty much only leads to severe rejection. So our only remaining option is to transplant your circuits to Saber. But it amounts to ripping nerves out of your body, which means the burden here will be
entirely on the one offering the transplant. Ripping out nerves is the same as amputating fingers or even arms. Please wait, Rin.
That would be too... Oh, please wait, Rin. That would be too much for Shido. And if we don't do it, none of us will survive. You should know that, Saber.
I gulp as quietly as I can. I have to get my priorities straight. We don't have time for me to hesitate when what needs to be done is clear. Tosaka, can you make this work?
I'll make it work, yes. But even if it works, it's not going to be safe or easy. I have no intention of failing, but even if I succeed, your magic circuits will go to Saber. You'll experience such an intense sense of loss and pain you'll wish I failed. If your magic circuits are taken from you, that means you...
It would mean that my secondary nerve, my missing magic circuits, would be like a piece torn from my psyche, and would damage the spiritual body's integrity, creating a fatal flaw in me as a mage. I'll never regain that missing piece for as long as I live. My hope of becoming a full-fledged mage from experience alone will die. Once I lose my foundation, my magic circuits, I'll always be incomplete no matter what. I nod, for my own sake. Is that all? I'd rather save Saber. Okay, let's do it, Tosaka.
That was fast. Oh, well, I guess it's fine you decided so fast, but do you really understand what you're getting into?
I do. You already told me.
Of course you don't.
Listen, I've basically just told you that you're going to have to die as a mage to save Saber. How can you just agree without any questions or objections?
Because I don't have any objections. I'm agreeing because it's the best plan we have. You should be more confident in your own plan. Seeing you panic like that's making me worry. And if we don't do this, Saber can't fight Berserker, right?
Right, that's what I've been saying.
See? It's not like we haven't made any sacrifices. We have to fight and win since he bought us this time. His stance told me to go. I didn't like him, but if he was willing to risk his life to protect his master, Tosaka, I can't back out now.
Fine. Let's begin, Shiro.
Yeah. Are you ready, Saber? We're going to transplant my magic circuits to you.
Yes. If that is your decision, Master.
I hear neither affirmation nor denial in her voice. But her eyes seem filled with regret.
Feeling guilty? I mean, it's pretty fucking metal to be like, okay, yeah, rip out my organs and put them in her. It's fine. Without, like, a second thought.
I guess Tosaka is going to prepare us for the transplant. I don't know the procedure, so I just have to leave it all to Tosaka.
We'll start with Saber. Shiro, keep your magic circuits on and just try to keep your mind clear.
I close my eyes and switch over the artificial nerve in my body. Thanks to Tosaka's instruction, I've been able to turn my circuits on and off effortlessly. A red flower entangles the white flower. Tosaka climbs up to straddle Saber, who lies still, then she begins to run her fingers freely along the curves of Saber's slender form. Tosaka, what are you doing to Saber?
What do you mean? I'm doing this to help Saber relax. We won't have as good a chance of a success if Saber can't relax.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Continue.
Okay. Now let's get your clothes off, Saber.
What? What?
Quit reacting to everything I do. We just need to take some of her clothes off. Transplanting magic circuits, a mingling of body and mind. We need to make sure you make as much contact with as little obstruction as possible.
Tosaka's completely calm about this. Saber and I are the only two who are flustered about this as Tosaka begins undoing Saber's collar.
Please, wait, Rin. I can at least do that. You can hardly lift your arms, so quit trying to act tough. Unless, Emiya, do you want to take Saber's clothes off since you're her master?
I want to call her a fool, but I snap my mouth shut. All jokes aside, I'm not suited to a task like that. If I had to do it, I wouldn't be able to maintain my composure. Sorry, I'm leaving everything to you.
Good. So, you'll need to strip too. Just the shirt, though. I'll kill you if you even think about taking off your pants.
I can't tell if she's joking or being serious. It seems like I need to strip to connect with Saber, though.
Shiro, if I may ask, please turn away for a moment.
Oh, got it. Tell me when you're ready. I turn away and fold the shirt I was wearing. I try to distract myself and hide how nervous I am by folding the shirt up neatly, sleeves and all. Are you okay, Saber?
Yes, I feel much better. However,
I need to calm down. I try to get my fear under control as I find myself dreading how painful and difficult the magic circuit transplant will be and how it might fail. This is just a step along the path. I should be more worried about the fight with Berserker that comes after this.
you can turn around, Shiro.
Okay. I forget to breathe. I've seen her bare skin before, but I've never seen Saber like I'm seeing her now as she lies in bed. It must be all this tension in the air. It's not just me. Saber is acting weird too. She acted normal when I saw her bare skin before.
Over here, Shiro. Get up here and get on top of Saber.
It's like someone else is controlling my body. I'm walking towards the bed, but it doesn't seem real to me.
Saber.
Oh, Saber, I'll handle things until the sympathizing step. I'll have you take over after that, but make sure not to take too much. The less you take, the less the burden on Shiro will be.
Understood. Please go ahead, Rin.
I have no idea what they're saying. Right now, it's all I can do to breathe. We get even closer. We're so close. Our skin is almost touching. I feel Saber's weak breath on me. I support my weight on my hands, my body so close to hers.
The German. I'm probably gonna butcher this pronunciation. Auftrag werd ersetzt. Ersetzt. I tried. Oh god damn it, that's a lot. Das dritte Element. Oh my god. No. Just pretend I pronounced it perfectly because I don't want to embarrass myself.
The chant begins. I try to focus my consciousness on what's happening, to clear my mind so I can sympathize with Saber. I only see Saber's face. She's already in a meditative state. I can't keep my eyes open forever. I reluctantly close my eyes.
Okay, are we getting to it now?
My senses begin to fade. It's the same floating sensation as when I create my magic circuit every night. The feeling of my ego, my mind, leaving my body.
At your puzzle, the $2. Pronounce it like it's Yiddish. Hope this helps. It does not.
This time, though, it's running in reverse. Normally, I feel that sensation coming from my back, but right now my consciousness is escaping from my chest. The 5 senses are functions associated with the physical body. The moment my consciousness leaves my body, I lose my sense of hearing. But my ears are more sensitive to Saber's breathing. Her slow, steady breathing begins to speed up. I hear the heart pounding in my chest. Blood rushes through my veins. I leave the vessel known as Shidoemiya and slide into her body.
I'll comment a little bit more on what I think about how this like scene was done after we finish it, but like genuinely I think if you were going to be like, okay, I do want to like replace a canonically like not safe for work scene or whatever with something else, but like still maintain a sort of similar purpose in some ways, I think that the way this scene handles it is actually very, very interesting. 2K plays with the $5. Oh, do you have problems pronouncing Yiddish? Just pronounce it like it's German. Hope this helps. The fucking circular loop.
My consciousness seeks deeper into her. Myself swirls and converges, invading her as a solid crystal. Pulsing, hot breath. Our hearts, not our bodies, touch. Chido. Her voice rings out like a bell, and in response, my essence escapes my physical body.
Tommy, it's the same in both the remaster and Real Tenua. It's the same thing.
My senses are transformed. I have no hands, no legs, no self. But I continue on in this bare state. Time seems to flow backwards. Instead of flying, I feel as if I'm being left behind. I accelerate. The body, persona, order, law. I become an arrow shattering every barrier around me, destroying the boundaries that separate one person from another. Sparks race along the circuit. I freeze in the ecstasy of reaching the speed of light. They say a person's life flashes by in a single instant. The flashbacks are cruel. Every instant passes by in the blink of an eye. I can't look at it directly, so I find myself going emotionally numb. So this is a mental journey. I'm reminded just how comforting our physical bodies, our anchors, can be. I visualize the foundation of magecraft. The human operation is quantified. Hundreds of institutions, millions of joints form a circle. The endless complex patterns are in fact just a highway formed by simple repetition, all heading into the vastness of the future. It's like a vehicle of some kind heading toward a darkened city of light. Here in the present, my thoughts pass by at the speed of light. Eternity passes in an instant. I pass through the last boundary. I break through, and I'm inside her. I see a glimpse of Artoria's magic circuits, not my own.
The changes are extreme. The speed and light of the world vanish all at once. Here it is, dark. Here it is dark. Here it is heavy. Oh, I forgot to turn the thing back on. Sorry.
The changes are extreme. The speed and light of the world vanish all at once. Here it is dark. Here it is heavy. The pressure of it pushes against my bodiless form. The air is so thick I may as well be underwater. My body sinks, feeling only the agony of being clamped in a vice. The path is deep and I can't see the bottom. I feel myself fall through the thick twilight, plummeting deeper into an even denser darkness. It seems impossible that just a moment ago I traveled 10,000 miles in the blink of an eye. Now even going a single mile seems like it would be an arduous, eternal journey. I feel neither light nor hope. Are these really Saber's magic circuits? They're completely different from mine. The shape of the circuits, the number of pathways, all that differs from person to person. But this is unlike anything else. This isn't a matter of scale or ability. Saber's magic circuits are fundamentally different than a mage's. The path rumbles. Every time it does, my tiny self nearly shatters. I don't know what Saber's magic circuits are like, but I can tell the sympathizing magecraft is functioning properly. This is not a failure. The dark, heavy pressure of this place doesn't seem like Saber, but it's also not an impure place. It's brimming with life. The flowing air is blood and a swirl of magical energy. I realize I've forgotten to breathe. I haven't needed to. Sinking is painful, but it's not life-threatening. I look up into the darkness I've sunken into, but I seem to be past the point of no return. I can't see anything in this darkness. I'm submerging gradually, but the distance ahead is infinite. The air grows even heavier. My rate of descent slows yet again. I squint into the darkness. The seemingly endless road does have an end. I feel the heat of Saber's body. I feel her every breath, so close. The final destination. I reach the source of Saber's magic circuits, the center of her mental world. But what I see is beyond my capacity to understand. It's the core of a star. I've reached the embodiment of some impossible scorching heat, breathing from the depths of the earth. The fiery red surface swirls, and then there's a splash like a stagnant mud. At the bottom there lurks a giant shadow, its fiery eyes fixed on the tiny intruder. Whether its master gave the intruder permission to enter or not, it is still a foreign invader. In the face of this core, my own consciousness is barely a mote of dust to disturb its function, or a piece of wood to feed its fire. I gulp even though I have no throat to swallow with. I take in the entire scene. These are Saber's magic circuits, a heart beyond anything human, so different from ours, which we imagine as lines and circuits. This is a reactor core. If a mage's body is a machine for creating magical energy, then what I'm seeing now is an entire factory. But the core is inactive. The key that should activate the core, the spark of power to bring the whole thing to life, has been cut off. Despite the overwhelming ability this core has to produce massive amounts of magical energy, it lacks the initial charge to activate itself. It floats overhead, a stagnant sea of fuel. No matter how undiluted magical energy fills this endless space, it's useless. It needs to ignite. Even a tiny spark could do the trick. So long as the pathway for magical energy is connected, the core will roar back to life. And to do that, something beyond human knowledge awakens. Pathways running over the lake of magical energy begin to swirl. Red air explodes upwards in a raging pillar. Is this what it's like to stand in a thundercloud? So intense is the roar of the raging waves that I don't even properly hear it. In the same way something too massive can't be properly seen, the roar is its own kind of silence to me. What appears at the heat of that blazing core is the embodiment of every threat mankind carries in our hearts. It has been said that the king is a red dragon that symbolizes Britain. Phantasmal blood runs in their human veins, the child of a sacred star. The dragon, a ruler, symbol of so many phantasmal species, objects of both awe and fear. The pinnacle of all beasts, appearing at times as a demon, at times a god. This is what lies in Saber's subconscious. Its otherworldly form suits the servant said to be the best. The cauldron opens. Vicious fangs are all I see. There can be no resistance. Humans which pale to insignificance before this could never defend against it. No human intelligence could ever conceive of a way to escape. Must be famished. It devours its prey, which would normally seem as inconsequential as motes of dust. Its bloodshot eyes. And I'm at a complete loss for words. I wonder.
Why do we not eat living meals? It's obvious. We cannot bear to see our food alive. We prefer fresh food, but rarely do we eat anything alive, because we feel it's cruel for our food to suffer. In other words, killing the meat we consume before we eat it is our way of preserving its dignity.
A scream of rage tears its way from my throat. I forget who I am and roar like a beast. I try to appeal to the beast. The hatred builds within me. My only resistance is bearing my emotions. I beg for mercy like a crucified sinner as I'm ground to meal. My consciousness grows hazy, muddled. Every purpose and meaning in my life falls away. Any hope of retaining my sanity is as long gone as creation itself. The pain, the pressure, they're far, far too much. And then, when I came to see it only as a monster. Even once I'd learned of this hell, I believed I could endure it. The image of Saber, her head hanging low, comes back to me. I recall the meaning of this pain. That meaning drives me forward. It is a literal, painful reminder of what I came here to do. I draw in a deep breath and let go of my resistance. It's not the dragon's fangs I should be fighting, but the pain twisting through me. I'm not here to run from the pain. I'm here to save her pain, to live up to the trust she's placed in me time and time again. And so, I'm here to give her the best thing that I, who has no hope of fighting, can give. The pain is indescribable. I can't reach out to my ground-down consciousness. I hone my awareness like a blade, silently as if I were asleep. Here, eternity is but an instant. As long as I can endure this pain, even for an instant, my consciousness will remain. I won't let myself feel an ounce of fear. I shall dedicate this pain to you,
who will be the one to fight. The pain instantly fades. The red dragon is gone, and my consciousness gradually floats back to the surface. Am I weightless because I lost something? As if I'm floating back up to the water's surface, I feel myself begin rising up above the reactor. But wait, there's something I want to check before. It's so warm. A dull throbbing hum issues from the reactor as it burns with golden light. The elaborate magic circuits shine with a rainbow hue and begin their circulation. The fire is lit. I may be an untrained amateur of a mage, but today I filled my role as her lord. I surrender my body to the wind and float upward. I catch a glimpse of a distant memory. A figure holding a sword and a figure standing in a grassy field as it dances in the wind. Which one did I find reminiscent? I feel sunlight on my eyelids and slowly open them. Dazed and confused, I check over my own body. My arms and legs are fine. I don't see any wounds. Maybe the pain faded the moment I was able to endure it. The physical wounds and even the mental scars seem to have healed. Oh, Shiro. I hear a weak voice from under me. The feeling of her soft skin immediately makes me realize who's speaking and the position we're in. Ouch! Saber's lying on the bed with her blouse in disarray while Tosaka is sleeping, cradling her knees to her chest. Tosaka may be fine, but Saber's been under me like this the whole time. Morning, Saber. Yes, good morning, Shiro. We exchange awkward pleasantries. Saber slowly gets up and rearranges her blouse. Crap, we're so embarrassed we can't look each other in the eye. You can already get up, Saber? Yes, I can receive your supply of magical energy now. She seems to be back to her normal self. When I carried her here last night, she was so weak, it seemed she might disappear at any moment, but that weakness is gone now. I see. That's a relief. So the magic circuit transplant worked. Yes. So, would you please put your clothes on, Shiro? I do not know why, but it's difficult speaking to you this way. I look down at myself. Oh, right. You're right. I hastily reach for my neatly folded shirt. That was nice of Tosaka to fold it up like that. Oh, wait, no, I did that. Why did I fold it so tight?
So yeah, I really do dig the way that that scene was, like, reinterpreted, specifically because, like, I know, like, because yes, and again, we're not going to go too much into the topic again, we're not going to, like, really, you know, go on and on about it or whatever, but as far as I remember, I do remember the sort of, like, R-18 content in the original being more or less, you know, kind of like a suggestion from the Dojin circle, like, well, you know, you're selling a Comiket, so, you know, that'll be an easy way to get more sales if you just put stuff like this in here. But then, you know, like, even Nasu himself said that he didn't really care about those scenes as much, and he wanted to do something different with the re-release, which is why he did this. I think it still accomplishes a very, like interesting balancing act, I guess, is the way I'd put it, of, like, replacing that original scene, but, like, still doing something interesting with it in a way that aligns with kind of the consequences of the original scene, I guess, in that, you know, not only do we get the story goal, obviously, of Saber getting her, you know, power back or whatever, but we also have this different dynamic going forward here, where, like, basically, yeah, you have, like, the comedic shenaniganry of, you know, oh, Shido and Saber really like each other, and, you know, they you know, they're embarrassed about what happened or whatever, but it's way more, like, I guess it's like way more, how do I put this? honestly, the original version of the scene, I would argue that being the result of that happening is maybe even a little less believable than it being the result for this happening, because it's like, I mean, like they literally had like a fucking soul intertwine for a moment. He literally like saw the essence and core of her being, this like beast and everything that she represses and like keeps down in her core. All of her like most intimate memories and emotions and feelings, like, you know, all of these things about yourself that you don't really share with another person. This concept of like, as much as you can tell someone about yourself, as much as you can trust someone else, they will literally never be able to see the inside of you the way you see yourself in the inside of your own brain. And like for a moment, for like a brief moment, they both kind of had that with each other of like, literally, I understand everything about you in this point, like this split second. That would create a very like overly intimate, like, oh, okay, damn, I need a moment. It's gonna be weird to look at you in the eye for a while. Yeah, I think it's really interesting.
I vividly recall last night's ritual. I connected with Saber, and Tosaka transplanted my magic circuits deep within Saber. Saber looks like she's back to normal, but what happened to me? Tosaka warned that my body and mind may not be able to handle the loss of magic circuits, but I don't feel much damage, nor any huge sense of loss. I was a little scared, but I checked on my magic circuits myself. The idea of seeing for myself just how much I've lost is terrifying, but we're heading into battle against Berserker. I need to understand my own condition. Huh? I don't know how to explain it. The overall function of my magic circuits feels sluggish, but there doesn't seem to be any obvious damage. I was chewed to pieces, but my magic circuits are still intact. It looks like I'll still be able to do my strengthening magecraft. I see. So that means... I assume that magic circuits I rarely use were the ones Tosaka took. I only activate about 1 to 4 circuits when I do strengthening. Since I can't do large-scale magecraft anyway, I've never fully activated all my circuits. So she transplanted the circuits I don't use to Saber. Shiro. I close my eyes to assess my situation. It seems this won't affect my strengthening magecraft, but this sluggishness, like I'm wading through water, is because my capacity for magecraft has decreased.
By the way, I am not going to like get into any actual specific details about it because I do not want to spoil a totally different visual novel that there is a good chance that some people here have not read, and they should if they haven't. But speaking of funny dragon, and Philip brought up how ugly the dragon looks in the 2006 Dean anime, and thinking of another similarly ugly dragon in an adaptation in a Dean anime. I mean, you know my man Ryukishi is a tight moon head. You know, he literally makes Fate Stay Night references in Higurashi. So, like, we know he's familiar. There's a part of me that kind of wonders if there's a certain scene in episode 4 of Umineko, which is perhaps maybe very lightly inspired by that bit. If you know what I'm talking about. I'm not going to go into detail, but if you recall, I do kind of wonder about it. But anyway, enough about that.
But this sluggishness, like I'm wading through water, is because my capacity for magecraft is decreased. In exchange, though, I feel that I'm connected to something important deep inside myself. I can't tell exactly where it's coming from, but there's a faint line that connects me and Saber. I've gained something truly important in exchange for my lost circuits. I must apologize, Shiro. Saber speaks up from somewhere behind me.
I did my best to take as few of your circuits as possible, but even that bare minimum was too much to take from any one person. I've now left a scar on you that will never fade, and I cannot apologize enough for that. It is my failure. If only I were stronger, more disciplined, I would not have...
That's not true. You have nothing to apologize for, Saber. This all happened because I couldn't supply you with magical energy in the first place. That's solved now, though. I can give you the magical energy you need without a problem. Yep. Now I can finally proudly say that I'm Saber's master. But Shido, don't worry about my magic circuits. I didn't use them all anyway. I even feel better without them, actually. Saber's expression remains clouded. Crap. I never know what to say at times like this. Saber's recovered, and I survived even after the loss of some of my magic circuits. Saber's magic circuits, the dream of light and wind and Saber in her youth, and on top of that, we spent the night touching skin to skin. Calm down, calm down. It was a ritual for our survival. I need to calm my mind. If I don't focus, I could mess up during battle. The sleepy rhythm of Tosaka's breathing halts and she grunts. Looks like Tosaka is awake too.
Good morning, Ren.
Yo, morning, Tosaka. I see Tosaka's hair shift, then her head tilts up. She's not a morning person at all and doesn't look like her usual sharp self at all. Thanks, Tosaka. It worked.
Yes, he's able to supply me with magical energy now. But in exchange, Shido has...
No, I only lost about 30%, so don't worry. I can make do with what I still have.
30%? I did everything I could to minimize what I took, but I still took 30%. I cannot believe my own greed.
Greedy, you say? I know you were hungry, but I wish you'd had a little better manners. Tosaka joining us helps dispel the awkwardness between Saber and me. Now we're back to normal. Wait a minute, was that Ren actually? I don't know.
Is that so? Then, let's get going.
Tosaka yawns and gets to her feet. It's almost time for the battle. Somewhere in that forest, Berserker and Iliasvale await. If we don't defeat that hurricane of death, everything we did last night was for nothing. The connection that was created between me and Saber, deep in our hearts. To protect what we created, we'll have to defeat the most powerful enemy of all. Interlude 11-1. Their battle comes to an end. The two fought fiercely, and it ended with the disappearance of the Red Knight. Now a shadow of its former glory, the reception room is in ruins. The floors are cracked and broken. Many of its walls have been knocked down. The stairs have collapsed and broken marble is scattered across the floor. There is hardly a trace of the reception room's original form. Some might even say time itself has been stolen from this space. After such vast destruction, the scene bears no resemblance to what it was just 2 hours ago. A sculpture, well suited to such destruction, stands in the middle of it all. Standing over 2 meters tall, it bears the crude likeness of a man, as if roughly hacked out of stone. It hardly bears mentioning. This is Iliasvale's servant, Berserker. The giant doesn't move. Its entire body is splattered with red, with several holes torn through it. Not a single inch of the giant's body isn't wounded. 1. Both legs appear on the verge of collapse. 2. A massive gash on the neck. 3. Arms practically hanging off the elbows. 4. Something has pierced it from shoulder to groin. 5. Blood gushes from its chest. 6. Its belly is torn open. Berserker is not moving. He will. It's clearly a corpse. The battle itself lasted less than an hour. The results, unexpected. Berserker's master is beside herself. She should be picking off what remained of her prey, but instead she just stands there, staring at the devastation.
I don't believe this. Who was that guy?
Her voice is a low mumble now. The battle came as a humiliation to her. Her servant is the most powerful. Among all heroic spirits, maybe 1 or 2 could compete with Heracles, the most renowned hero of all time. And yet, some unknown archer defeated him. The Red Knight fought on equal ground with Berserker, and in the end even killed Berserker, which nobody else had even thought possible. And for that, he can never be forgiven. To Ilia, it's as if she has been stabbed in the heart by a passing insect. She prided herself on being the strongest master. For her to lose to the sort she should so have casually trampled must be unthinkable.
Ugh! This is so frustrating! I Can't believe you let him beat you 6 times! You weren't going easy on him, were you, Berserker?
The statue doesn't answer. It has neither the time nor the need to do so. Berserker stands still, focusing on healing himself. Even for him, this was an unusual battle. His noble phantasm nullifies any attack. So long as the attack is not of the highest possible class, it won't so much as scratch him. As such, he rarely sustains any wound. In his own time, none could harm him after he attained greatness. But here, now, he's been hurt 6 times. Archer delivered 6 fatal blows. Each of his attacks was of a different sort. That is because even the strongest attacks won't work twice on Berserker. Strange as this battle was, the most truly bizarre part was, if Archer was a hero with so many different abilities, his identity should have been obvious. But even after his body was pulverized, Archer's identity remained a mystery. What was really surprising was how he carried himself, in a way that seemed contradictory as a servant. A faint light flickers in the pupils of Berserker's eyes. Were Berserker a normal, rational servant, he would probably feel pretty bad about how this battle went. Whatever his identity might have been, Archer was a rare and formidable adversary. If only Berserker's sanity hadn't been taken from him, he would have fought to his heart's content and maybe even enjoyed himself.
I won't forgive them. I'll never forgive them. How dare they insult me like this?
Ilya's voice echoes in the shattered hall. Whatever tiny embers of rationality might have been returning to him are immediately snuffed out by her voice. He's just Berserker now. His role is to overwhelm and annihilate his master's enemies.
Have you healed, Berserker?
Berserker doesn't need to answer. So long as the wound doesn't kill him, he'll heal in moments. But to completely recover from this would take as much as 3 days.
I can't wait that long. Fine. We're killing them now!
The giant silently objects. It's almost instinctive. At least when it comes to a fight, Berserker has instincts similar to Saber's. He can certainly destroy his enemy easily enough, but if Saber has recovered enough that she can use her noble phantasm, that will be a different story. Berserker will not fall to a mere sacred sword, but there is always that small chance of something going wrong. His instincts tell him that he should be completely prepared before facing this servant.
What? 5 lives should be plenty. They're no enemy to worry about, even without your god hand. Or what? Are you going to let them get away even after they made fools of us, Berserker? That's what you're saying. Nobody's going to escape my forest. Yep. I'm leaving Rin and Saber to you. You can kill them, toy with them, whatever you want.
Ilya hops down from the stairs. She walks through the rubble to the exit without a moment's concern for Berserker, bloodied as he is. But suddenly, she stops as if remembering something.
Come, let's begin our hunt, Berserker. But you can't kill Saber's master so easily. I'm going to make sure Shido dies in the worst way imaginable.
Ilya heads out of the castle, giggling happily. The sun is about to rise. Ilya knows the forest like the back of her hand. She won't have any trouble finding her prey, even if they try to hide. Her targets only have minutes to live. And I don't know why, but I'm forced out of the ruins. Tosuka kicks me out, saying the girls have to make some adjustments and changing and stuff like that. Damn, what is she talking about? Men have things too, you know. I lean against a wall as I grumble. I guess I sound like a sore loser, and that's exactly it. I remember, and then I try to shake off my desires. I can't think about that right now. If I keep lingering on my memories with Saber, I'm a dead man. More than anything, it'd be rude to Saber. I made contact with Saber to save her. I shouldn't have any other feelings for Saber. What a crock. It's such a pathetic excuse, even I don't believe it. I can't forget what happened with Saber, but I need to for now. Honestly, I don't have time to worry about that kind of stuff. Our concern right now is how to fight Berserker.
Right. I should be doing whatever I can. He told me that, there at the end. I think back to Archer. I never warmed up to him, but every word he said stuck with me. I stare at a tree branch. There's only so much I can do. I may not be much help, but I'm going to do whatever I can, as best as I can. For starters, I snap off a nearby tree branch. Then I try to find other straight branches.
Shido, we're done. Come back inside.
Tosuka's voice reaches me in my search. I head back to the ruins carrying the branches I collected. Well, the other problem is whether I can act anything approaching normal around Saber after looking into her heart, however briefly.
This way, Shido. Rin has something to tell you.
Guess I was worrying over nothing. Saber is her usual self. Unlike me, immature as I am, she's probably just approaching this pragmatically. Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Damn. I'm not going to let this get me down. So damn dumb, being the only one blushing over this, so I'm gonna do my best to keep my composure.
There you are. We're gonna start our meeting. Well, it may be a meeting, but we don't have time for arguments. There's only so much we can do to defeat Berserker, so can you at least hear me out?
Saber and I nod.
Our plan's simple. We're no match against Berserker using normal means. If we're going to win, we need to ambush him, which means we need to take his head off in a single attack, and not leave him any chance to counterattack.
I agree. Simply trading blows with Berserker will not critically injure him.
If we're to defeat him, we will require another strategy.
Besides trading blows? Are you saying we need to attack Berserker before he realizes he's being attacked? Well, sure, I think it's reckless to go toe-to-toe with him. That just sounds reckless. He's not the sort to just let something like that happen.
Yes, it's pretty optimistic to think we can get right up to Berserker without him noticing us. He has Ilias Veil. She'll immediately detect Saber and Shido's presence. I mean, I can conceal my presence, so that's not a problem.
I don't understand the logic, but I get the sense Ilia can detect me and Saber. And if Tosuka is the only one who can conceal herself, you're not saying that you'll be the one launching the ambush, are you?
Of course. You're the main target here, and I'm the one who can move freely. Leave striking Berserker from behind to me.
You make it sound so easy, but you sure as hell know it won't be.
Of course not. That's why I'm gonna have Saber create an opening for me. Saber, how much have you recovered?
Fighting normally should not be a problem. However, I should avoid using my noble phantasm. With the amount of magical energy I have right now, I'll no longer be able to maintain my body the moment I use it. And even if I do, it will not be at full power, so I do not believe it would be sufficient to defeat Berserker.
Yes, that's fine. I'll have Saber be the one to fight Berserker. With Shido, of course. I'll hide nearby, watching. I'm just a bonus to Ilias Veil, so she'll think I abandoned you two and just ran if she doesn't see me around.
Well, I suppose that's not impossible.
If our chances are slim, we'll just have to make them better. Shido seems to be friendly with Ilias Veil, so he might be able to trick her by talking to her.
Tosuka looks at me meaningfully. I may have some objections, but I'll hear you out. If I tell Ilia that Tosuka fled, she'll believe me. She doesn't doubt what people tell her.
But there's still a problem. While I can confront Berserker, I cannot permit Shido to do the same. Shido simply will not survive an attack from Berserker. Nobody said Shido needs to fight. Shido just needs to provide backup while keeping his distance from Saber. It's going to be hard for Saber to push past Berserker alone, so help her out if she gets into danger.
That's foolish. Shido's not versed in magecraft like you. What can he do to support me?
Shido's going to have to figure that out. Not that Masters have a whole lot they can do against Berserker. Even I would only drag Saber down if I got involved. But we just don't have the option to let even one person be idle right now. I know very well that Saber will disappear if Shido dies, but we're going to have to risk it. This whole battle's a gamble to begin with.
That is true, but... Saber makes a face and falls silent. Since Tosuka's gone quiet too, she must understand how reckless her proposal is. I can't blame them for being worried. The night I met Saber, the night Berserker attacked, the only thing I managed to use to defend her was my own body. There's a strong possibility that we're headed toward a repeat of what happened that night. So while it may be best for me to distance myself from the battlefield, I'm not going to do so unless they force me to. I know. I'll try to think of something to support from a distance. Was it really that much of a surprise? I just have to support Saber from a distance, right? I'll come up with something. I grab the tree branches I gathered earlier as I say that. They're just the right length, and exactly the right kind of flexibility. This is my first time I've done this kind of strengthening, but I don't think I'm wrong in principle here. Basically, I just need to layer my strengthening until it turns into something substantial. Besides, he had something like this, so I can use it as reference. On top of that, magical energy's been flowing through my body for a while now. All I have to do is repeat my usual process. I analyze its basic structure and change it. I analyze the material's composition and reinforce it. Starting from the branch, my results should be his bow, but something's missing. I need to think of this from the standpoint of creation. If I want to make something as close as possible to the real thing, I need to envision everything I can about it, down to the smallest detail. I opened my eyes. The warped branch was the right shape, but something wasn't... Crap, it's not even close. It's ugly, distorted. And yet, I can tell it will work fine as a bow. Now I just have to create an arrow following the same concept.
Shido, you just...
Yeah, I think I got the hang of it after the incident with Shinji. You said it yourself. Don't strain myself.
I see. Well, it's good that you have some means to attack, so I won't say anything else. Back to our original topic. So you two will fight Berserker. I'll climb a tree before everything starts and watch from above. And once Saber's created an opening, I'll skewer Berserker from above, which should be his blind spot with all my gems. That's all there is to our plan. It's pretty simple.
Tosuka turns her attention to us, checking whether we have any questions.
Gems. Is that your magecraft ring? Even if all of this were to work, no amount of half-baked magecraft would reach Berserker's body. If we are to harm him, we need an attack of truly surpassing power. I know that. You're saying that You're saying we an attack. Jesus, Anablex. You're saying we need an attack that's at least rank A.
As she says this, Tosuka pulls several jewels from her pocket.
What are these jewels?
Think of it like my life savings. A single one of these can immediately activate into a great magecraft at rank A. I had 10 of these, but I used one on you.
I see. If it's of the same caliber of magecraft, then I can say for sure that Berserker will not be able to defend himself. He does not have magic resistance like I do. Even if it's magecraft, an A rank should definitely pierce his defenses.
Exactly. I thought of starting with small batches, but we can't afford to take that much time. I'm thinking of giving Berserker 2 or 3 of these.
Tosuka puffs out her chest confidently. However, hey, aren't you being a little stingy?
I agree. It may not be my place to say this, but I believe under the circumstances, you should be using at least half of your stock.
Ugh, why would you say that? That's not your call! You guys don't understand how hard it was to save all of this up.
Saber and I protest silently. Tosuka's life depends on this operation too. We can't let ourselves fail just because she's being stingy.
Fine, just half, right? Just half! Oh, come on. I've just kind of been wanting to say that. I know what's at stake here. Anyway, that's our plan. All we have to do is find a place for me to hide, and a spot for Shido to support Saber. We should get set up before Ilias Vale gets here.
Yeah, we can't stay in these ruins anymore. And like Tosuka said, we need to find a place where we can all lie and wait for Berserker. But before that, I'm worried about Saber. I wonder if Saber is really okay. She says that she has no problems fighting, but wouldn't it be hard for her to go up against Berserker when she's so weak? Or I suppose I'm more concerned about her noble phantasm. I will not be able to maintain my body if I use it. That's what Saber said. That means Saber will disappear the instant she uses that attack. Saber.
Yes, what is it, Shido?
Before we go out to fight, can you promise me one thing?
Yes, as long as it's something I can do.
Okay, well, yeah. I don't want you to use your noble phantasm, no matter what happens. It's important, and I don't want you to die, even if it means we defeat Berserker.
Yes, I understand. I do not intend to use my noble phantasm either.
I do not think I'll be able to defeat Berserker with the amount of magical energy I have, and more importantly, I'll still be unable to obtain the Holy Grail if I disappear.
She's as direct as ever. It's a relief to hear. Okay, yeah, that's the Saber I know. It's good hearing you be so insanely calm.
And what do you mean by that, Shido?
Nothing at all. Let's just get going. Tosaka will get upset again if we keep her waiting.
Yes, it appears complaining to you has become something of a hobby of hers.
And with that kind of weird observation, Saber turns to leave the ruins. But then, she trips over a chunk of rubble and stumbles forward.
Oh.
I quickly grab her hand from behind. Come on, watch your step. You'll need to be careful in this mess. Saber seems to be blushing. Saber? What's wrong? Did something happen?
No, it's nothing. But if you hold my hand like that,
Saber's face turns a deep crimson. She must look like I did a few minutes ago. I find myself blushing too now. With her hand in mine, I suddenly remember the sensations I felt with Saber and quickly pull my hand back. The two of us stand rigidly, saying nothing. Let's head out. We'd better get moving. We don't have much time.
Yes, let us hurry, Shido.
We head out after that bit of awkwardness. Once we're outside, we'll never come back here. I look back towards the ruins for the last time, and then turn back to the battlefield. I'm gonna grab my water bottle that's sitting over here real quick. Oh. It was actually not as far as I thought it was. I was like sitting there this whole time like, yeah, I'll get up and get my water bottle in a minute. It's like across the room. I don't want to do it. I'll get up in a second. And then I turn my head and it's literally like sitting right next to me and I'm like, oh. Okay. Anyway. We reach a clearing in the forest. The sun is rising and a white layer of morning mist blankets the forest. Compared to the much denser forest around us, this is a good vantage point. Tosaka, this place doesn't seem bad.
Yes, it meets most of our conditions, but it might actually be too open. I should be able to escape, but it might be tough for you and Saber.
Tosaka is such a perfectionist if she's even considering escape routes.
Let's try somewhere else. We still have more time.
Tosaka returns to the forest. But Saber stands motionless, staring off into the distance.
Saber? What are you doing? We need to hurry or else Ilias Vale is going to...
A chill runs up my spine. I could never forget this feeling. I can't see him or feel his presence, but the sudden weight of the air pressing down around me is definitely coming from him.
I found you.
Ilia's voice echoes from somewhere in the forest, beyond the mist. From deeper in the forest, a dark figure approaches.
Wait right there. I'm coming to kill you.
Maybe it's because we're in a clearing with an open view of the sky, but it feels like Ilia's peeking down at us from up in the clouds.
Crap! Did she find Shido already? This isn't good. This place is too wide open. And how fast is she? We have less than 2 minutes until she... Hey, what are you two waiting for? I keep telling you this is a bad spot. We need to get somewhere else fast.
Tosaka grabs our hands, but it's too late. No, this is fine, Tosaka. We're lucky enough that the three of us are able to fight together. We can't ask for anything more.
You dummy, that's exactly the problem. It's way too open here. Saber can't handle Berserker alone, and you can't get out of his range to support her here.
I know you're concerned for me, but we're all in danger here. Besides, we can't escape now anyway.
That's true, but...
Are you ready, Saber? We're fighting Berserker here. Saber nods quietly.
Oh, come on. Fine, I'll be really ticked if you two get thrashed.
Tosaka, apparently convinced, disappears into the mist. Once she goes into action, she acts quickly. She darts into the forest and then scrambles up a tree. They're coming, Saber. Are you ready?
I should ask you the same. Once the battle begins, please do not move past this point. I will not let Berserker near this spot. The mist wavers. Out of the morning fog, a dark shadow spreads across the clearing. A mad warrior led by a pale girl steps into view.
This is a surprise. I thought you were gonna flee until the end. Or have you given up, brother?
Ilya's about 40 meters from me. We face each other from opposite ends of the clearing.
Oh, so Saber got better. That must be why you stopped running. What a shame. It's cute that you think it'll be enough to beat me, though. Sorry. You're gonna die here.
Her giggle echoes in the forest. Apparently that ticks her off. Saber, still standing beside me, is practically vibrating with animosity. She might launch herself forward at any moment.
Oh, you're all quiet now. You're so boring. You scared of dying? What a waste. If you beg for your life, maybe I'll consider sparing you.
Tosaka's probably in position. She'll probably want to be as close to the center of the clearing as she can. There's a spot where the tree branches overlap. It should be sturdy enough to support her weight.
I see. So that's how it's gonna be. Enough chatter then. I'll kill you and Wait. Where's Rin, Shido?
I have to give it to Berserker's master. She knows better than to overlook any details. Tosaka is gone. We stopped working together a while ago.
So you two split up. That figures. You and Saber can only drag her down. She should be able to do pretty well on her own. Well,
there you go. She's probably out of the forest by now. Doubt you'll catch up to her even if you do go after her right now.
no, you think so? This forest is an Einsburn-bounded field. I always know the instant someone enters or leaves. Nobody's left, so Rin's still in the forest. I have plenty of time to deal with her once I'm done taking care of you.
That's a relief. If Ilya only detects who's going in and out of the forest, then she doesn't know where Tosaka is now. That, and she believed my story pretty easily. Ilya's truly a merciless master, but is she too merciless to have a chance to start over? Ilya, before we fight, there's something I want to ask you. Would you consider quitting being a master and ending this battle?
I can't. This is Grandfather's command. As long as Berserker is around, I'm a master of the Einsburns. I need to kill other masters and bring home the Holy Grail. But I'm the one who should be asking you a question. I'm the head of the Einsburn household, so I'm not going to repeat what I said earlier, but I might reconsider if you're willing to change your answer.
She sounds almost hopeful, but as long as I have Saber with me, I can't agree to what she's asking. My answer is unchanged. I'm Saber's master. If you're not going to quit being a master, I'll defeat Berserker and make you quit. I look at both Ilya and Berserker and say that. In that instant, the air in the clearing tenses with a sharp, snapping sound.
I see. Then I'm gonna kill you now. I'm going to annihilate you right down to that conceited head of yours.
What the heck is that? There's some sort of inscription appearing on Ilya's face. No, it's not just her face. It's a huge command spell covering her entire body. And I can even see it at this distance. It's so much more massive than the ones we have.
Playtime's over. Trample them, Heracles.
Ilya's voice is completely lifeless. And in response, the giant behind her howls. His roar shakes the earth. He screams and thrashes like he's lost his mind. His abilities grow even more powerful, like his body is swelling with deformed masses. That's impossible. Was she only depriving him of reason rather than letting him go berserk?
Oh, that's impossible. Was she only depriving him of reason rather than letting him go berserk?
I'm not surprised Saber is shuddering. Even I, who can't gauge the warrior's strength, can tell I shouldn't be getting anywhere near that monster.
Go!
Kill everything you see, Berserker!
The air explodes. The giant bellows a roar so different from its anguished wail, and leaps. Saber! A streak of silver surges forward in answer. Berserker lands in the middle of the clearing. The earth shakes. Saber intercepts Berserker as if stopping a falling meteor.
It's like watching a mythical battle unfolding right in front of me. In a forest shrouded by morning mist, two shadows clash relentlessly. Berserker is simply overwhelming. Berserker's swipes are like whirlwinds, his downward strikes like waterfalls. Even Saber wouldn't survive a direct hit, but Saber deflects his every attack without faltering or hesitating. She swipes aside the barrage of strikes raining on her like a raging storm. To fail would mean being cut down on the spot. To Saber, each of these rapid blows seem to strike with her opponent's full might. The clash of swords echoes around the clearing. Berserker has greater reach. Berserker is faster. Berserker has more stamina. All Saber can do is parry the titanic surges of wind from Berserker's swings to mitigate the sheer strength, all just to avoid being cut in half. Berserker's like a broken jackhammer. His blade spins in all directions, annihilating everything in its path. Just getting in reach could only be fatal. There would be no hope of escape. They'd get caught in that whirling blade and ground to dust. No normal human would have a chance against that. And if getting close can only mean death, then the only option is fleeing. But Saber steps into the whirlwind and doesn't retreat. She'll be shredded to pieces. The sword sparks off of her, slowly chipping her armor away. Standing in the middle of that vortex, she could be dead in a heartbeat. I can only hold my breath. In ancient times, heroes who fought dragons and demonic beasts must have all been like this, like her. They know perfectly well how vast the gap in strength between them is, but they bet everything on a 1 in a million shot. A seething mass of violence beyond anything humans are capable of. They just defended until a single opportunity presented itself. Many warriors died without ever seeing the miracle they were waiting for. That's exactly what this battle is. It is a glamorous, eye-catching battle, but it only ends one way, with Saber's defeat. Each blow chips away a little more at her. Berserker's roar shakes the ground. The sheer whirlwind of his frenzy churns up the atmosphere and sends Saber flying as she tries to defend. Every time Berserker's attacks chip away a bit of Saber's armor, she's thrown to the ground. But instead of remaining down or on her knees, Saber charges right back at Berserker every time. But she's at her limit. Saber's breathing is labored, and her movements are visibly slowing. There won't be any opening. In a few moments, Berserker's titanic weapon will shatter Saber's sword. I grip the bow I made. I'm going to provide backup with my bow, yes. The moment Saber goes flying, I fire at Berserker. This won't hurt him, but it should at least get his attention. The arrow hits Berserker squarely on the temple, but it doesn't even leave a scratch. It can't even get his attention. The giant does not block the arrow. He doesn't even seem to care. That's right. Berserker. Oh, that's right, Berserker. Leave Shido alone. You can do... Oh.
That's right, Berserker. Leave Shido alone. You can do whatever you want with him after you kill Saber.
Ilya's laugh echoes through the forest.
Damn! I can't do anything. Saber's about to collapse right in front of me, but I can't do anything. I'm powerless. No matter what I do, I can't hurt Berserker, and I'm just distracting Saber.
A slash. Saber sinks into the ground, all the way to her ankles as she parries a massive blow. The parrying blade is swift but heavy. The axe sword strikes down from overhead. The brutally powerful weapon grazes Saber's armor as she dodges, then tears up the earth itself. My jaw is clenched so hard my teeth could well shatter. Is there really nothing I can do? I can't protect Saber. I can't fight alongside her. There's nothing I can do. All I can do is... Oh, whoops. What the fuck? What did I just do? Oh, whoops. I accidentally went back. Sorry.
Then at least imagine it. It's all you can really do.
Archer said something like that.
You don't need an enemy. The only opponent you need to fight is your own mind.
Yeah. What was he saying again? It wasn't one of his typical snide remarks. What he said had weight and importance to it. And I needed to understand. Then again, probably everything he told me was a warning I shouldn't ignore. Saber goes flying. This time it's not because she leaped away to evade. Berserker hit her this time. That hurricane slash strikes Saber in the side. She stumbles. Coughing violently, she grips her weapon tighter and turns back toward Berserker. The giant doesn't miss the opening Saber finally provides.
Stop!
My voice doesn't reach them. Shouting is useless, and trying to use the bow like Archer would be pointless. Don't I understand yet? What can I do? What should these hands of mine be doing? That's right. What do I need to save Saber? I can't use a bow. A spear won't pierce him. Having a weapon just like the enemy's is no solution either. To go up against that giant, a sword to cut through a mountain of stone. An opulent sword, sharper than sharp, that will never dull. A king's sword able to cut down enemies in a single blow. Like the golden sword I saw in my dream. A sword fit for her. My head hurts. I try to fight down my nausea, but I never take my eyes off Saber. Strangely, the longer I watch Saber fall, the more this indescribable pain assaults me. Saber and Berserker seem to be moving in slow motion. I see a row of switches line up. Saber coughs, and for a brief second she arches in pain. Berserker smashes his axe sword down toward her with all his might. It's as if there's a row of nails in need of hammering down. It's like he's knocking down dominoes. The switch flips.
Saber!
Berserker's axe sword cuts Saber down. She's going to die. The strike splits Saber in half at the waist, and pieces of her flesh go flying.
No, that's not what's happening!
The only thing that's gone flying is pieces of armor. Berserker's only split Saber's armor. Saber left herself open to bait Berserker into a single huge swing, and with every ounce of strength she has, she rushes at him. A black roar rips through the air, but he can't escape now. Saber's right in front of him. She shifts her grip on her sword and darts in closer, then swings with all her might. I don't believe this. Saber's attack hits home, and the giant, who had seemed so immovable, flies back several meters. And then...
Get back, Saber!
Then comes the true attack. She must intend to release the attack from as close as possible. Tosaka jumps down from the branch above and throws her jewels at Berserker as she falls.
Nun, acht, sieben! Still size, resistance!
Shards of ice rain down on Berserker. Among those shards are 3 giant spear-shaped icicles, each packed with enough magical energy to blow an entire mansion to smithereens.
No, dodge it, Berserker!
Aelia, quiet until now, suddenly screams at her servant. She must have sensed the danger, but too late. The ice spears aren't falling. They're accelerating toward Berserker. He can't possibly dodge. A 1 in a million opportunity. Saber's desperate attack perfectly coordinated with the ice bullet attacks. It has more than enough magical energy to kill Berserker. However... The axe sword slices through the air. Even as Saber drives him back, he switches to a single-handed grip on his axe sword and shatters all 3 ice spears. Blood splatters the clearing. Maybe it's his one-arm swing, but he fails to completely destroy the ice, and when it strikes, it severs one of Berserker's arms. That's not all. The ice freezes over Berserker's arm, completely restraining it, but it only got one arm. What? Saber cries out. It's a reasonable response. Berserker catches Tosaka with his good arm as she falls. Tosaka's face twists in pain. Berserker will have no trouble crushing Tosaka with his hand.
Tosaka!
I run. I don't care if I drag them down. It doesn't matter if I can't do anything. I'm not going to let Tosaka die!
Rin!
Saber must be too weak to even stand, but somehow she gets to her feet. Tosaka must be in agonizing pain, but she stretches a hand out as she hangs her head downward. And then... Just as I thought. She grins wickedly. Everyone gasps. Saber, me, and even Berserker must have all frozen in our tracks. One person can only have so many tricks up their sleeve. She knew this might happen, and she hadn't even bothered to tell us. Berserker squeezes harder around her. He's a heartbeat too late. Got you! Four bullets of pure light streak toward Berserker. 4 bullets, 4 gems. 4 rapid shots at the most extreme close range. That has to be enough to end the Dark Mad Warrior. Or rather, the attack perfectly, completely snuffs out his life. It must have blown Berserker's head clean off. The blood splatter even reaches me, 10 meters from where Berserker stands. There's kind of a lot more than blood in the mess, but I don't think she overdid it. Our opponent was a monster. Berserker would have crushed Tosuka if she hadn't blown his head off. Phew. I slow my frantic run. Tosuka's still in Berserker's grip, but the battle is over. Berserker's face is still hidden in a plume of smoke. From that singeing sound, it must have been a hell of an No way. No way. I hear Tosuka's voice. She's looking at the smoke in disbelief. Hold on. Am I imagining things? Did Berserker's hand tighten on Tosuka? Tosuka's staring at the plume of smoke. It doesn't last long. The smoke starts to dissipate, and in the clearing air, Berserker's face, the face that should have been blown off his body, appears. Tosuka cowers under that evil demon's gaze, at a loss for words. Laughter fills the air. Ilya, who's remained at the far side of the clearing, laughs delightedly.
I see you in a new light, Rin. I didn't think you could have possibly killed Berserker even once. But too bad. Berserker won't disappear that easily. You see, he can't die unless he's killed 12 times.
Killed 12 times? She must have figured something out from what Ilya just told her. Tosuka looks aghast, her face twisting in regret.
I get it. I should have figured it out as soon as I learned his true name. Heracles should have the bow of Hydra, but his only weapon was a rock. His noble phantasm isn't an object he's carrying. The symbol for the hero Heracles is...
That's right. His body itself is his noble phantasm. You should know about Heracles' 12 labors. The Greek hero Heracles overcame 12 monumental tasks to atone for his sins, and his reward was immortality. You know exactly what that means, don't you?
A stockpile of lives. Layers of resurrection, Magecraft.
Yep. And that's why he can't die easily. He possesses the curse of immortality given by the gods so he can endure the same number of trials or deaths he once overcame. That's my Berserker's noble phantasm. God Hand.
There it is! Become automatically resurrected in the event one dies. Raze has a stock of 11. Fucking Christ, dude.
Understand? You killed Berserker there, but he still has 5 lives left. You were so close, Rin. Berserker would have disappeared if you'd only used 5 times the jewels you just did.
I can't hear Ilya's voice clearly. From the corner of my eye, I see Saber charging Berserker.
Rin, run!
Saber dashes over.
Tosuka tries to pry open Berserker's fingers, but they won't budge. And then...
It's okay, Berserker. Crush her.
the burning eyes glare at Tosuka. Tosuka screams. Berserker's enormous fingers dig into Tosuka, trying to rip out her insides. There's only one outcome. Tosuka's lifeless body being crushed to nothing. I run.
I forget who I'm up against. I even forget where I am. My mind is completely burned out.
I will not allow it!
Oh.
I will not allow it!
Saber cuts towards Berserker. Her invisible sword swings at Berserker's defenseless arm as if slicing through a radish. But it's no use. Saber's attack pings harmlessly off of Berserker's arm. His grip on Tosuka doesn't loosen. Just moving must be agony for Saber. She swings her sword desperately, blood trickling from her mouth.
What? Shido!
She freezes the instant she sees me rushing at Berserker.
Let go of her, you bastard!
I slap mindlessly at his back with my bow. The giant is unfazed. He doesn't consider me a threat. My fingers are getting numb. What the hell is he? If I'm the one going numb from hitting him?
Run, Shido!
I look up when I hear Saber. In that instant, I go flying through the air like a leaf. I hit the ground and tumble like a bit of stray garbage. Berserker smacked me away with that frozen sword. I try to block the attack with my bow, but it shatters instantly and I'm thrown so far away. I writhe in pain. That breaking sound hasn't come from the bow. One of my arms is bent at the wrong angle, in the wrong spot. When I breathe in, my lungs hurt so bad I want to puke them up. I can't breathe properly with all the blood flooding my mouth. But that doesn't matter. Breathing will just make me pass out. Better than I not breathe. I wake up. Right now I need to get to him. Him! I run. It's my turn. I'm going to break his arm and save Tosuka. He must have eyes in the back of his head. He swings his sword casually like he's batting aside a fly. I can dodge it. I won't let an arm that's completely frozen hit me so easily. Damn, my body's sinking. He must have grazed my leg. Damn him! He didn't even touch my leg, but he somehow managed to break it anyway. Ridiculous.
Ridiculous! That's enough! Stay back, Master!
Can't do that. I can't let Tosuka die. What do I need to save her? Weapon. A blade would be best. My feet, broken pieces of the bow. Above me, Berserker's sword swinging right at me. There's no time to think. I let magical energy flow through me. The strengthening succeeds easily, but down comes Berserker's sword. The fragments are finally pulverized. I meant to dodge, but instead my body slams to the ground. Clearly there was no point strengthening broken shards. I'll have to do this from scratch. It shouldn't be impossible. Anyone can imitate as long as they have an example to follow. And I just need to duplicate the foundation, structure, work experience, time, and... The giant turns around. It must have decided to kill the little nuisance before finishing Tosuka off. I push up from the ground and glare at the giant. There's no fear. I'm too burned out for fear. But behind me... I see someone prepared to disappear. I see someone determined to use the sacred sword. Uh-huh. Yeah, well... Don't do that! Wind peels back from the blade. The golden sword begins to reveal itself in Saber's hand. I told her not to use it. The sword I told her never to use no matter what. I snap. The last thread that's been holding me together finally gives. Don't use it, Saber! My left hand burns. A command spell stroke disappears.
Why? We have no other choice, Shido!
I don't care. To hell with that. All I know is that if she uses it, she'll disappear. You're already on your last legs just from unleashing your sword. You can't use it right now. So just hold on. If you can't use your sword, I'll make one you can use.
Then at least imagine it. If you can't possibly beat the opponent in reality, then beat them in your imagination.
Beat them up in your imagination, sorry.
If you can't win yourself, imagine something that can win.
It's so obvious. It's the only thing I can do. I have to make it. I have to make something that won't lose. I have to imagine the strongest weapon. I have to imagine the ultimate imitation. It has to fool everyone, even me.
It shouldn't be that hard. It's not something impossible. Since the beginning, my body has been a specialized magic circuit for this purpose alone. I leap up. My entire body burns like it's on fire. My left hand is crimson.
That sword is... mine?
Saber's voice rings with shocked disbelief. She's staring at the weapon in my hands, at the thing that shouldn't exist. Oh. The sword seems to have a will of its own.
Oh!
The golden blade moves as if it's being drawn to the giant's arm. It slices at him, tearing through the arm. Tosaka falls to the ground along with the arm that had been holding her. The golden sword shatters as if it had been made of glass. My blood begins to flow backward. It doesn't matter. The sword broke. That's impossible. If I imitated that sword, it shouldn't have shattered like that. It shattered because it wasn't sufficient. My image of the sword wasn't enough. Berserker's furious gaze turned towards me. His massive sword swings up at me. This time he's determined to cut me in half. It doesn't matter. Berserker, you're not my enemy right now. I'm only fighting against one person right now. The last one wasn't perfect. My image of it was flawed, so the sword that should have been invincible broke. If I'm to duplicate things, I need to work on not just their shape, but also their maker. I hear the others holding their breath. In front of me, I see the axe sword rushing toward me like an oncoming storm, and a half-formed sword ready to block it. In desperation, I try to use the sword to block the incoming blade, but that doesn't matter to me. Right now, I need to finish this blade to make it real. Another mistake. You're not fit for fighting, Shido Emiya. Your battle's supposed to be a mental one, a fight against your own self. You don't have to remind me. What I need to do is simple. Projection! Start! I concentrate.
Yeah, remember when Rin told Shido that projection magecraft was, like, practically fucking useless, and even Kiritsugu in his youth was like, yeah, don't focus on projection. It's not good. It doesn't do shit. Well, guess what we're doing?
I'm challenging my own self. There can be neither deviation nor compromise. Determining creation ideology, anticipating base essence, duplicating material structure, replicating the forger's skill, resonating with the possessor's experience, imitating the uncountable years, and surpassing every manufacturing process. Illusion shall bind with reality to forge a sword! The giant roars. My sword deflects the countless gusts assailing me from the enemy's furious attacks. But that's about it. I'm knocked away from him. The moment I come to, the sword leaves everything to me. The attacks I blocked so easily a moment ago now toss me around effortlessly. I can't feel my arms. The skin of my wrists is blistered and red. I'm surprised I can even keep my grip on the sword. My legs do not work. I can only imagine every muscle shredded to ribbons. I can't get up. I made a sword that surpasses Berserker. But that's all. I'm just the one who made it. I can't wield the sword I worked so hard to make. A shadow looms over me. He must have known who he has to kill first now. I rush away, and Berserker runs after me like a gust of wind. His enormous sword swings toward me, but is deflected. In complete disbelief, I realize another hand has closed around my own. The air splits around me. The giant attacks with all of his might, trying to destroy everything around him. But right before that happens...
Shido! Your hand!
She's so close, I can hear her voice over the din. Berserker is a storm front coming to attack me. Saber is a gale rushing to my side. Saber sprints over to me and twists around, gripping me firmly. The rock sword shatters. The golden flash explodes through the giant's axe sword and continues ahead, slicing through Berserker's rock-like body without slowing. Maybe I copied the form so well that I copied some of its abilities, too. The golden sword lodges deep in Berserker's body and glows so brilliantly that light pours from the giant's body. And then, in an instant, the light fades and the forest falls silent. All the strength flees my limbs. The heat that had been surging through me rapidly cools. The sword I made begins to disappear. I watch it vacantly. Saber and I remain together, holding the sword in our hands until it's disappeared completely. Wind sweeps through the clearing. The earth-shaking howl and the blade that had churned up the very air were gone. So that your blade, Saber? The previously invincible giant, now immobile, looks to the knight who... Oh, okay, yeah, no, not Shido.
So was that your blade, Saber?
The previously invincible giant, now immobile, looks to the knight who defeated him and speaks in a low, rumbling voice. This is Caliburn, the sword in the stone meant to select the king. It is my blade, and it was lost forever. However...
It is not your sword anymore. It was merely an illusion the boy created.
Saber nods quietly.
An imitation. A blade that will never again exist. And yet...
Berserker's chest opens up. He begins to dissolve. His body begins to crumble like wet sand, beginning where the sword pierced him and rapidly expanding outward.
But that illusion should not be underestimated. I never expected it could have destroyed me 7 times over in a single blow.
His dying words are spoken without emotion. The mad warrior keeps to his role until his very end, and fades away in a dispersing haze into the misty morning air. Dizziness rocks me where I stand. This is probably the price for such excessive use of magecraft. The blood that rages through me is putting pressure on my brain, sending far too much oxygen out to the rest of my body. My head feels like it could split open. The enemy has disappeared, and whatever was numbing the pain earlier has faded. As if to make me pay the accumulated toll of this incredible battle, the dizziness and headache crash into me like twin meteors. Shido! I'm about to collapse, but Saber supports me. Saber shouldn't have the energy for that either at this point. No, I'm fine. I got a few broken bones, but nothing fatal. I've got that healing thing, and it's already kicking in, so I'll be fine.
That's nonsense. You used projection magecraft to the extreme. You must rest now.
But there's something I have to talk to. There's someone I have to talk to first.
Iliasvale.
Saber stands ready. Ilia stands at where Berserker had been standing, her eyes hollow.
Good. I do not know if there is a reason for her to remain here, but she has spared us the need to pursue her. She shall die gracefully.
No, Saber! Don't hurt Ilia. Without Berserker, she's... I stop Saber with the last remaining strength I have. Ilia doesn't even seem to notice we're here. She just stares at the ground.
No way. Did you die, Berserker?
She sounds like an abandoned child.
Ilia.
Ilia lifts her head absent-mindedly. It happens suddenly. Ilia collapses like a puppet with its strings cut. Oh, it's the line! It's the puppet with the strings cut! Oh, it's the line! Okay, anyway. What? I don't know what happened. I just stare at Ilia where she lies. And at almost the same moment, Tosaka raises her hand. She's freed now that Berserker's arms disappeared. must have loosened up the moment I learned Tosuka was safe. My vision blurs and I can feel my body trying to pass out. I can't show that kind of weakness. We may have defeated Berserker, but we're still in the forest. Weary as we are, we have to force ourselves to get out of the forest.
What do you mean? The line with the side eyes. It's the visual novel line. It's said in every visual novel. It's in both Higurashi and Umineko, I believe. I know it's in Umineko. I think it's also in Higurashi. But yeah, it's the visual novel line.
Weary as we are, we have to force ourselves to get out of the forest. I look up at the sky as it begins to lighten. The town is a long way away. All my allies are wounded, and every single inch of me hurts. And yet, morning has come. We survived a night that I was prepared not to. After defeating our greatest enemy, we leave the winter forest.
Alright. That chapter finally wrapped. So onward to chapter 12. Interval level 4.
The sky was still pale gray. Was it dawn or dusk? It's hard to tell. The vast sky overhead, and a wide field stretching out on all sides. The sky seemed close enough to touch. Clouds low enough to grab hold of. This was one of the battlefields she fought on. But there was no longer any cavalry in her service. The sprawling golden meadow was gone. Instead, unfolding under the dull sky was the remnant of a battlefield. No emotion. She must have seen this kind of thing almost daily. Her desolate heart was empty. As she leaned against the golden sword, she exhaled deeply and let her shoulders relax. The battle must have ended. After glancing over the bodies of the defeated soldiers, she returned to her camp. Those were the battles she experienced. Her cold, calm demeanor remained unchanged. No matter the predicament she's been in, she remained just like the woman I've always known. And then I see the dream of a king. The moment she drew the sword, she stopped being human. She took over for her father as a feudal lord, and became a king with many knights. She was known as King Arthur in Artoria. The life of the girl who once aspired to be a knight changed so radically. She acted like she was the king's son. The ruler of territories and knights had to be male. Only her father and the mage knew the king was female. She covered herself in iron and hid that truth for the rest of her life. There were those who had their suspicions, but the king of knights who wielded the sacred sword knew neither injury nor age. Excalibur was blessed with the protection of the fairies, making its possessor immortal. As such, nobody questioned her tiny frame, which was much too small for a knight, or her face, which may have appeared girlish. Instead, she was hailed as a truly beautiful king. And in fact, the king was invincible. Neither size nor appearance mattered. Those who lived in fear of the savage invaders desired a strong king, and the valiant knights who would follow only a truly superior leader. The king satisfied each of these conditions, and so nobody questioned the king's identity. It did not matter if the king was a child or a woman. All that mattered was that the king protected the nation. The new king was fair and selfless, and always stood on the front line, fighting and defeating the nation's enemies on the battlefield. Many enemies and citizens died, but the king was always just, and she played her role as king better than anyone else. There was no room to suspect otherwise, and any such suspicions would be pointless while the king was right in any case. She knew no defeat on the battlefield. Her army reformed the lost cavalry, then charged across the battlefield, defeating foreign infantry and smashing through their defenses. Did she always stand in the front lines because her nation was behind her? Before she headed out to battle, she had to cast aside so many citizens. Once she was out on the battlefield, she had to cut down all of her enemies. As her battles were fought in defense of her nation, it was common to wring villages dry to support the army.
In that sense, no knight killed as many as she did. I can't tell if she ever really felt that burden. It's not something I can really know from a dream. But I do know that she didn't have a moment's doubt or hesitation on the battlefield. Grief never touched her thoughts when she sat on the throne. A king is not human. Human emotions would make it impossible to protect people. She kept to her oath, never wavering. She addressed the issues facing her nation, and she worked on matters of political concern. She ruled without wavering, and she punished the deserving without error. And after winning so many battles, unifying so many clans, and punishing hundreds of criminals, King Arthur doesn't have a human heart. One of the knights in her entourage murmured this. Everyone must have felt the same way. The more perfectly she carried herself as a king, the more everyone questioned their monarch. There's no way someone devoid of human emotion can rule humans. Several reputable knights left the White Castle of Camelot, but the king accepted this as inevitable and incorporated it into her rule. And so the fair king, once so admired by her knights, began to isolate herself. Such trivialities were of no concern to the king. Even if she was deserted, feared, or betrayed, her heart would remain unchanged. It couldn't be helped. The moment she took that sword, she abandoned her emotions. And then her final battle began. The battle at Baden Hill ended in a complete victory, and that inescapable conclusion led to the savage clans finally offering peace. And so, the nation that had been holding its breath, waiting to be destroyed, knew a moment of peace. The age of warfare where a nation leaned on a singular hero came to an end. Britain was finally going to become the nation she'd always dreamed of. The scene starts to fade away. I realize the dream is ending and I'm about to wake up. I can feel myself drifting closer to wakefulness. But before that happens, something really pissed me off. She's stupid. Oh, she's strong and a gifted fighter. There's a difference between being good at fighting and being cut out for it. The people around her pissed me off too. If she didn't notice it, someone else around her should have told her, or she would go on making the same mistake forever. Seriously. How the hell did she have so many people around her and not one told her the truth? I wake up. We escaped Ilia's forest and returned home yesterday afternoon. Tosaka went back to her room complaining her stomach hurt, and my headache wasn't getting any better, so we all decided to just go to sleep. It must have been the extra weight I was lugging around. As soon as I got into bed, I couldn't get back up. Saber was the only one who seemed fine, and Tosaka and I left her to guard the house while we slept, and then... So I slept for half a day. At least my headache is gone. I'm relieved. The whole thing with Berserker. The headache I got after copying Saber's sword was unreal. If I had kept up, my head might just well have split down the middle. Then I notice. Saber's sitting on the floor right next to my head. Saber? Why are you glaring at me like that first thing in the morning? Did something happen while I was asleep?
No. I simply had a dream. No, it's nothing. Let us have breakfast. It's time to wake up.
Saber gets up and heads silently out of my room. What was that about? I don't know why Saber is acting strange. I'm really not sure, but if she was sitting by my bedside the whole time, was she nursing me back to health? The moment I have that thought, the scene from last night comes back to me. What the hell am I thinking? I shake my head to rid myself of those impure thoughts. That night, my contact with Saber was entirely about my duty as a master. If I don't rationalize it like that, I'll never be able to look at Saber again. Calm thoughts. We acted normal when we were coming home yesterday. That's all I need to do. No, I was actually just tired yesterday, but I still need to act normal. Besides, Saber wouldn't like me acting like this. Okay, I just need to calm down and make breakfast. I take a deep breath and get changed. It's 9 in the morning. Saber hasn't eaten since lunch yesterday, so she must be hungry. 9 is so late, it's practically not even morning anymore. As hungry as Saber must be, I should probably make a hearty breakfast.
Shido, is it just you and I this morning?
Do we not need to wake Rin up? No, everyone is still asleep. Considering what happened yesterday, it's probably best to let them sleep. I'll leave their food out, and they can eat whenever they'd like.
I see. Then I would appreciate it if you prepare the meal quickly. It's much later than usual.
I know. I feel better now, so let's head to the dojo once we finish eating.
The dojo? Do you intend to continue your training with me?
Why not? It's our daily routine. What's wrong, Saber? Did I say something weird?
Oh, no, I just assumed we would no longer be training. With Berserker defeated, I thought there would be no further reason for you to continue training as we had been.
I see. You know, you may be right. The common enemy we all share in Berserker's gone now. We teamed up to take on an enemy far stronger than us, and that's also why I trained so furiously in such a short period of time. But I'd like to keep training. I'm still an untrained mage, and I get to see the real you when you wield the sword. That makes it easier for me to talk to you, too. Well, I say easy, but what I mean is that I kind of enjoy it.
So I reveal my true self when I am in the dojo?
You sure do. At least you don't hold back. I prefer it that way. Besides, I think you get to loosen up as well. Anyway, our routine's been has been us sparring in the mornings. Don't take the few pleasures I have. I take the ground beef and pork, green onions, mushrooms, onions, and eggs out of the refrigerator and head to the kitchen. All I need is panko, sake, and cooking oil.
Well then, I have no objections.
Saber mumbles quietly to herself in the living room while I work. I can't quite hear what she's saying from the kitchen. Smack, smack, pound, pound. I mix onions, panko, sake, egg, salt with 400 grams of ground beef and pork and knead it all together. I've decided to be bold today, so I'm making stewed Japanese-style Hamburg steak for breakfast.
Rin, are you awake?
Saber's voice drifts out from the living room. Tosaka? I glance back over my shoulder as I cook.
Morning. Hey, I'm gonna pour myself a cup of milk, shitto.
Tosaka comes in looking grumpy and grabs a carton of milk from the fridge.
Slept too much, my head hurts. Hey, what's this? You're really going all out this morning, aren't you?
Where'd that grumpy face she'd been making a second ago go? Her eyes are practically sparkling now.
Oh, that looks good. And here I was starting to get hungry. This is perfect.
Is that so? Well, she's the only one who gets to enjoy herself here. She's the one who gets to enjoy herself here, not me. Reminds me of what my old man used to say. Someone gains, someone else loses. I've thought this before, but you've got a keen eye.
Well, I'm just a discerning sort. Looking forward to this breakfast you're making, though.
She waves as she heads back to the living room. With a glass of milk in one hand, Tosaka plops down at the table. Seriously. I don't know where she gets off acting like the king of the castle here in my house.
I forgot the joke I was going to make earlier. Like, I didn't want to, actually, but, like, I decided not to because it was in a serious, like, hype fight moment, and I didn't want to distract from what was going on. But just the first thing that came to my mind when, like, Saber yells out for Rin when she gets fucking scooped up by Berserker was just like, "You let go of our girlfriend," and Shiro like, "Yeah, that's right." Wait, what?
You're certainly lazy today, Rin.
Yeah, way to go, Saber. She's saying everything I wish I could. However, Tosaka dismisses Saber's criticism nonchalantly by just agreeing with her.
Of course I'm lazy now. With Berserker gone, now we just have to deal with Caster, Lancer, and Assassin. They're nothing compared to Berserker. Should be a cakewalk for Saber. You do not know that. Defeating Lancer and Assassin may not be as straightforward as you think. And we have yet to meet Caster. Don't be so humble. No ordinary heroic spirit's any match for King Arthur. We've solved your magical energy problem, so there's no servant who can best you now.
Saber narrows her eyes at Tosaka. I have the same reaction. We shouldn't let what Tosaka said there just go by. Tosaka, do you know who Saber is?
I had a hunch, but yesterday confirmed my suspicions. Only one hero can wield a sacred sword like that. I mean, I was a little surprised to learn that the legendary King Arthur was a girl, but I can't really argue against that when she's sitting right in front of me. Besides, legends are rewritten all the time, right? I don't know if Saber was the one who hid it or if the people around her did, but I guess there was a problem with having a girl be king in medieval times. So I don't blame them for saying she was a man.
Tosaka's tone remains the same.
Saber at least doesn't seem to mind. If anything, she seems to agree with Tosuka. She certainly doesn't seem about to argue. She's basically acknowledged the fact. A hero with a connection to the sword is selected to be the saber servant. Based on that alone, she'd absolutely make for the best saber. The heroic symbol of Britain. The wielder of a sacred sword, so famous she's known even in this faraway land. But then, what of it? The legend of King Arthur ends with the king's death. Even heroes are still human. Their stories usually end in death, but no hero dies a proper death. King Arthur was no exception. If I remember correctly, King Arthur died in battle, at the Great Battle of Camlan. After unifying Britain and supposedly having no more foreign enemies to defeat, King Arthur was drawn into conflict with an unexpected enemy in the end. It was the treachery of her own army, the knights she vowed to protect and fought alongside for so long, that led to King Arthur's death. King Arthur defeated the army's leader, but took a fatal wound in the battle, and so entrusted her only surviving knight, Bedivere, with the task of returning the sacred sword to where it belonged.
Travel across this bloody battlefield, and over the hill. You will find a deep lake. Throw this sword into that lake.
But Bedivere did not to fulfill that final duty. Fearing the implications of losing the sword, Bedivere falsely reported not once, but twice, that he had thrown it into the lake. Each time, King Arthur once more ordered Bedivere to throw the sword away. Finally, on his third attempt, Bedivere was able to fulfill his king's wishes. It is said that King Arthur died after making certain the sword had been returned. Sorry, just stumbling a little bit.
So, Shido, what do you plan to do now?
Tosuka suddenly turns to glare at me. What do you mean, plan to do?
I'm talking about that dangerous girl sleeping in the Japanese-style room right now. I told you to leave her alone, but you insisted on carrying her here.
Guys, be careful about talking about the different media, please. I know it's not technically like this story stuff, but still I would appreciate it if we could keep that stuff out of the chat for the newcomers. Oh, wait. I think I didn't read that, actually.
I also have something to say on the subject. Though she has lost Berserker, Iliasvale remains a dangerous master. I question your decision to shelter her.
Yep.
You should just leave her with Kira.
The two glare at me as one. That's right. The moment Berserker disappeared, Ilia fainted. She showed no sign of waking up, and I couldn't just leave her, so I brought her back home. Of course, Tosuka and Saber objected, so I carried her myself. A master who loses their servant either flees before another master kills them or is protected by the church. Tosuka says we should let Kotomine take care of her, but I don't think that priest would take very good care of Ilia, so I'm having her stay in one of our spare rooms.
Shido, your actions here are commendable, but it's dangerous to get involved with Iliasvale. It's not too late. We may either send her to the church or seize her command spells.
Saber is serious. Changing her mind won't be easy. Do you have a problem? We couldn't just leave her alone. Ilia's just a kid, and she wasn't herself. I'd feel bad leaving her with Kotomine.
You'd feel bad? How can you say that with a straight face after everything she did to us? I agree. You have too much empathy for Iliasvale. She tried to kill you many times.
The two are more united than ever. But I need to stand my ground. Ilia was our enemy, but she never had any malice for us. As long as she has a good influence, she won't do any more harm. And I said this at the start. I'm not fighting to kill masters, I'm fighting to end the battle.
I know that, but...
Saber's tone softens, though she's clearly not convinced. But...
Oh yeah? So you're gonna forgive Iliasvale for everything she's done? Let me tell you something. She's attacked other masters, and you don't know how many masters she might have killed. You're going to save her, even if so?
Well, yeah. Ilia admitted she killed Shinji after I let him go. Shinji used Rider to try to kill everyone at school. If that's what he did as a master, I suppose his death was inevitable. But Shinji was a friend of mine for years, and thinking of Sakura, I can't just write off what Ilia did. But that means there's no chance at closure. Even if Ilia is no longer a master, as long as she can reflect and feel remorse, I think we should save her.
Okay, you might be right.
But I, for one, won't ever forgive her for what she did to Archer. She killed my Archer.
We're at an impasse here. We all freeze, staring at each other. But then,
Oh, come on. All servants disappear in the end anyway. If you're so worried about that, you fail as a master, Rin.
the very girl under discussion appears.
Iliasvale!
Hold it. I have no business with you two. I don't have any intention of fighting, so don't get angry with me. Honestly, I'm embarrassed for you two, just as fellow ladies. You're older than me, but you're sorely lacking in manners.
Ilia shrugs, looking disgusted.
What did you say?
Saber and Tosaka are once again in sync. A whole new kind of intensity comes over them.
Well, I'm not gonna get into that with you. I don't have time to deal with the two of you right now.
Ilia turns from them to face me. Ilia?
I'd like to thank you, Master of Saber, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for being so concerned about me, even though I was your enemy.
Huh? I stare at Ilia in disbelief. So sudden is this that even Saber goes quiet. Tosaka just keeps drinking her milk, giving Ilia the stink eye. And then, Ilia smiles that familiar smile of hers.
Just kidding! Yep, you sure are my brother.
She launches herself right at me and hugs me around the neck.
What's going on?
Tosaka spits out her milk. What the? I can almost hear the vein popping in Saber's forehead.
Unhand him, you insolent fool!
Saber rushes towards me. Ilia twists around, swinging to my back.
Huh, who's being uncivil here? A servant like you has no right to command me.
I have neither obligation nor intent to obey you. If you speak so brazenly, then you will remove yourself from Shido's presence this instant.
I'm not listening to you. Hey, Shido, let's do the same thing we did last night. You gave me a piggyback ride, right?
Ilia spins around me. Saber hurries after her, trying to catch her. This is bad. What specifically is bad? Well, it's just bad. The two can't stop glaring at each other. It must be because Tosaka is just watching from afar, but she just wipes the milk off her mouth as if nothing is happening and says,
Look,
whoops, I don't know why I started with Ilia's voice.
Look, I don't care what you do, but if you keep that up, you're gonna kill him.
Eh? The two peer curiously at me. It's pretty clear. My neck is getting wrenched around. I now face the greatest danger of my life. Okay, let's review the current situation. The Hamburg steak I'd been working so hard on is packed away in the freezer. First, there's Tosaka. She is being relatively quiet. She seems to be keeping a straight face, and it looks like she's just going to watch things play out, but who can say that what she might be thinking to herself?
what is it, Shido?
Ilia's sitting next to me, and for some reason she looks like she's in a good mood. She's looking curiously around the living room, but it doesn't look like Saber or Tosaka are much concerned to her. Whatever either of them might say is likely going to go in one ear and out the other. And then there's the one I'm most concerned about. Saber. She's glaring anxiously at both me and Ilia. She's not usually so fidgety and restless. It feels like I'm resting on a bed of nails, so I can't leave things like this. I don't know what's going to come of this, but I have to do something about the situation. Let's settle this. If we keep this up, it'll drag out until lunch.
You're right. We've already come to a conclusion, so we should get rid of the problem as soon as possible. Isn't that right, Saber? That's correct. Rin and I are in agreement, so we just need to convince Shido.
Saber's really digging her heels in.
Hey, Shido, what do Rin and Saber want to talk out?
They want to talk about what we should do with you. You lost your servants, so we want to know what your plan to do. We want to know what you plan to do from now on.
There's only two obvious options. Either take her to the church for shelter, or send her back to the castle in the forest. Her staying here is out of the question.
Do you feel the same way, Shido?
Ilia looks at me, her face emotionless.
No, no, we're not gonna throw the child out in the rain.
Kiritsugu always told me to protect girls, and I don't like seeing kids suffer. Well, I think Ilya should stay here. The Holy Grail War isn't over. I want to shelter Ilya until the last of the masters are taken care of.
Yep, if Shido says so, I'll stay here.
Hey, Ilya, you're choking me! I can't breathe! I intend to pry Ilya from me, but before I get a chance, Saber steps over and does it for me.
What's with you? You've been getting in my way this whole time. Do you have some sort of problem with me?
Of course I do. I will never forget what you did to Shido. And you, Shido, do you still not understand that nothing good will come of sheltering Ilias Vale?
What about it? Ilya doesn't have a servant anymore, so she's not dangerous. She's no longer a master. Besides, how would you feel if she got attacked after we abandoned her? Ilya's life would be in danger, and the other masters might gain power from her.
Yes, that might be true, but...
Saber hesitates. No matter what she says, Saber understands that another master might attack Ilya if we leave her alone.
Then it's my turn to argue. Sorry to jump in after you've convinced Saber, but I don't agree. Look, Shido, she's still a master. She may have lost her servant, but I also told you that as long as she has command spells, she's still a master.
She says that. Tosaka just butts in while she sips her tea. Eh? What's that supposed to mean, Tosaka?
I'm saying that as long as she has her command spells, she can form a contract with as many servants as she wants. There are stray servants who don't have masters, and as long as a master has the capacity to take in that stray servant, they can form contracts with as many as they want.
What the heck? So if there's a capable master around, they can form contracts with as many servants as they want?
Not exactly as many as they want. Not exactly as many as they want. The Holy Grail can only call upon 7 heroic spirits, so 7 would be the maximum. Though no matter how capable a mage is, they couldn't have enough magical energy to power multiple servants. Even if they did, they'd have to divide their own magical energy in half to supply the 2 servants. That would weaken the servants, which would make forming multiple contracts difficult and pointless.
I see. So if I formed a contract with Saber and Berserker, they'd have to split my magical energy between them to maintain their existence, which would drastically weaken both of them. That means it would make sense to keep one servant and supply them with magical energy.
Now that you mention it,
didn't you say servants could change masters? Is this what you meant?
Oh, look at you, catching on for a change. And you're right, Shido, that's how servants changing masters goes. A servant who's lost their master has some time before disappearing, so if in that time they can find a master who's seeking a servant and form a contract, they'll be fine. Yes.
Oh. Yes, so that's why you can't let your guard down with Rin, Shido. She's still a master too. She might kill you and seize Saber, or she might form a new contract with another surviving servant.
Yep, and I could say the same exact thing about you, Ilya.
That's never gonna happen. I don't intend on teaming up with another servant. My servant is and will only ever be Berserker.
I don't know what kind of relationship Ilya and Berserker had, but I do know that that servant was special to her. That's a surprise, but at the same time it makes me happy. I'm happy to know that despite the fact that as a master Ilya was relentless, she still cherished her partner.
Oh, but if Shido loses, I'll take Saber. I won't let anyone other than Shido win. But if Shido loses, I'll win on his behalf.
Ilya says that proudly, just as she was starting to impress Saber and Tosaka.
That's ridiculous. I'm Shido's servant. I have no intention of becoming your servant.
Well, I don't care anyway. I just want Shido to win. Whether I whether I win or Saber protects Shido, it's all the same to me.
What a weird thing to say. Actually, if she wants me to win, why would she think like that anyway? And then, Tosaka must have found it strange too. She starts to think.
I certainly mind. I will not approve no matter what. Rin, please warn Shido yourself. Huh? Sorry, I wasn't listening. Tell him what, Saber? About how we are against sheltering Iliasvale here.
Oh, that? I guess sheltering her here wouldn't be a terrible idea.
Saber freezes. I had advocated for this, and even I'm surprised. I don't blame the opposing Saber for being frozen in shock.
Rin, have you lost your mind?
No, if I think about this rationally, I see the risks are all the same. It doesn't matter whether we leave Ilya alone, give her shelter here, or send her off to the church. It may even work out in our favor if masters come here looking for Ilya. With Saber as she is now, she'd be hard even for multiple servants to defeat if they attacked together. That'd be the fastest way to end this Holy Grail war. And that's what you want too, right, Saber? But if you think you'd lose to other servants, that's another story. Of course not. You understand my condition perfectly. So long as Shido is my master, I cannot be defeated. Right? Then us sheltering Ilya isn't a problem. And there's something else. Shido's decision might have actually been a really smart move.
Tosuka goes quiet. She must have convinced Saber, who reluctantly takes a step back from Ilya. We finish breakfast, then move to the dojo. Tosuka goes back to her own room, while Saber follows me. As for Ilya...
Hey, are you really gonna do some sword training?
She follows me to the dojo like we're joined at the hip.
I was looking forward to hanging out with you today, Shido, but Saber's in the way. It's boring here and I'm cold.
Well, I'm not surprised Ilya thinks this is boring. Watching someone train isn't what I'd call exciting.
Let's go back to the living room. If you want to get stronger, I'll help you.
Ilya takes one of my hands in both of hers and tries to tug me away from the dojo. But at least in this, I can't indulge Ilya. No, I can't, Ilya. I train every day, so I can't miss today. I'm not a proper mage, so I need to work hard to be ready to fight. Besides, if I train, I can protect you too, Ilya. I decided to shelter you here, so I should train to help me do just that.
Okay, you may be right. But I really don't need you protecting me. You're my brother, so I just need you to be with me.
It seems I failed to convince her. Ilya tugs more aggressively at my hand. Saber watches silently all the while. Her eyes burn into the pair of us. She must still not approve of Ilya being here, and is being more than a little cold toward her. And then our eyes meet. Good timing. I'll ask for Saber's opinion. I said I can't. Tell her, Saber. Tell her I train with you every day.
There's nothing for me to say. You are the one who brought Ilya's veil here. Persuading her is your duty, not mine.
Ugh. I don't know why, but I guess she's really ticked now.
Oh, you know your place well, Saber. You don't need to train. The ones left are all weak, so you don't need to bother with this. Come on, Shido, let Saber take care of the other masters, and we can just go play outside.
Well, hey, slow down! I lose my balance and feel myself being tugged toward the dojo's exit. Hey, no, let go, Ilya! I'm not gonna indulge you this time! I'm not skipping my sword training! I'm gonna stick to it! Sure, you might think it's boring, but I enjoy it. If you're gonna complain, then go wait in the living room. I shake her off violently.
Kit!
She obviously didn't expect me to fling her away like that. Ilya backs off, surprised, and looks at me nervously. Crap. I should have been nicer about it. Sorry, Ilya. I was too rough with you. But I'm not gonna give up my sword training. I'm sorry to leave you alone, but please stay in the living room. Ilya sulks away toward the entrance, but stops by the wall.
Fine! I'll watch here! You won't mind that, right?
Ilya suddenly roars in defiance. She glares our way, pitching a small tantrum. Well, I don't mind, but it's cold in the dojo, and there's teas and snacks in the living room for you.
I made up my mind, so it's fine. I'm not going to leave Shido and Saber alone here.
Ilya huffs and turns her nose up. Oh well, you're more than welcome to go back to the living room if you get bored. At least things have settled down. I take the two shinai leaning against the wall and turn to face Saber. Then let's begin. It's been 3 days, so I might be a little rusty. Hey, are you okay, Saber? You look a little dazed. Do you have a fever?
Oh, it's nothing like that.
Saber turns away from Ilya, furiously shaking her head. So, are you all right? Let's begin. Here's your shinai.
Please simply throw it to me. You mustn't approach me so haphazardly. We're only here to train.
That's what I've been saying. What else would we be doing, Saber? A little confused, I toss the shinai to her. Besides, I've never once landed a strike on Saber.
I've never even gotten close to being within striking range of her, so Saber telling me not to come close seems odd. Saber takes the shinai I toss her a bit awkwardly, then lets out an audible sigh.
Then let us begin. Things may not be the same as before, but please try to maintain your composure, Shido.
Saber glances at Ilya as she speaks. I'll be fine. Once we've started, nothing will bother me. I grip my shinai and focus on Saber. She stands in front of me, shinai in hand. Now my attention is fixed only on her. We spend 2 hours training, then go on break like usual.
This just reminds me how amazing you are, Saber.
I nod approvingly and gulp some water from the kettle I brought along. I quench my thirst and wipe the sweat from my neck with a towel, which helps me to finally relax.
So that was your training? It seems like it was just Shido getting beat up.
Ugh. Ilya's so blunt about things most people would find awkward. That's not true, Ilya. It may have looked like I was just getting beaten up, but it was actually worse before. In fact, I didn't pass out even once, so I'd say I did pretty well today.
Oh, really? But does that have anything to do with your skills, Shido? From where I was sitting, it looked like Saber ignored plenty of opportunities to attack you.
Ilya's expression turns thoughtful. She's sharp. I found it odd too, actually. Either Saber was holding back out of concern for me, or she isn't in top form. Whatever the case, Saber didn't go all out. Well, she may not always fight seriously while we're training, but she's always been merciless about exploiting openings before. Today, she lacks drive, though. Normally, she just rushes in and attacks hard enough to knock me out, but there was none of that today. You think so too, Ilya? Maybe Saber's given up on me.
I didn't see it that way. But whenever Saber readjusted her grip on that shinai to execute a follow-up blow, she just stopped and stepped back. I'm not sure why she did that. If she wasn't willing to it wasn't like she was unwilling to attack, but more like she was scared or trying to hold back.
Saber would never hold back. If she had the compassion for that, she wouldn't have beat me so bad that first day. Yeah, Saber isn't the sort to hold back in training. That's why I was able to focus so completely on her weapon. What's gotten into Saber? This isn't training at all. It seems unbelievable, but did she go easy on me?
No, I did not go easy on you. I was simply imagining myself facing off against a swordsman somewhat more skilled than Shido, as usual.
Something is not right. Saber has to see it too. Yeah, I can't imagine you ever taking it easy on me. And I know you were being serious. But I think you were holding back. If you don't come right at me, this is pointless.
Right at you? But that would mean I'd be getting too close to Master. Depending on what happens, our bodies might come into contact.
Huh? Well, we're sparring, so I guess we might bump shoulders or something. Besides, you used to slam your whole body into mine to knock me down because you said I wasn't defending myself well enough. And close combat's your specialty, Saber.
Did I do that sort of thing?
That's kind of a weird question, but yeah, frequently. Remember how you just slammed me into the wall when we first sparred? I said you were pretty strong for a girl, and you said it was natural for a swordsman. Saber stands there, dumbfounded. What's going on? Saber's acting really weird today. I'd hate to say she isn't feeling well. I'd hate to learn she isn't feeling well. I should talk to Tosaka later. We get back to our training, but it's still different than before. But after a few strikes, Saber sets down her shinai. Is this a new kind of training? She might strike me straight in the head the moment I drop my guard and get close. I breathe hard, watching Saber cautiously. Saber narrows her eyes, showing that she's serious now, and steps forward.
Shido, let us have lunch.
That's not like her. I lower my shinai. Lunch? Is it that time already? According to the clock, it's a bit before noon. It's lunchtime for sure, but this is the first time Saber's been the one to step up and suggest it. Neither Saber nor I paid much attention to the time when we trained before. We'd take a break, then notice we were hungry, then we'd check the clock and see that it was about lunchtime. It's a good idea. I could go along with it easily enough. Fine, but why is she on the dot today? Yeah, Ilya's here too, so let's have lunch early today. I agree to Saber's suggestion and lower my shinai. And then... Saber's shoulders sag in relief. What's really going on? She's acting so weird. Maybe I should at least ask why.
What a relief. Then let us all head to the living room. Shiro's cooking's delicious, but takes a while to prepare.
Do you think the time I spend working on lunch is wasted time? Guess I should have made a bento for lunch every day. That would have been much easier and less time-consuming, and I wouldn't have to be in the kitchen every time either. I put all that work into lunch as a way of thanking her, but if Saber doesn't like me spending so much time on that, so be it.
Shiro, what are you doing? Let us head to the living room.
What? Oh, yeah, lunch, right? I leaned my shinai against the wall and set 3 cushions on the floor.
Yes, lunch. We'll be taking a break afterwards, but we'll have a problem if you don't head to the kitchen right away.
Why? We don't need to go back to the living room, and we don't need to rush. What'd be the problem? Saber stopped so suddenly I can practically hear gears grinding. And how come today of all days you're so insistent about stopping on time? What's got you in such a hurry?
No, it's not that I'm in a rush, but...
Then we could enjoy a nice leisurely lunch since we have time.
Well, that may be true, but... Anyway, we must move to the living room. If we do not eat lunch, it will affect our afternoon training.
And I said I already prepared it. If you've got the time, then you can go to the living room and bring back the bento I made this morning.
Bento?
I nod as I open the windows to let in the cool air. And then, our stomachs growl, signaling that we're both hungry. Oh, right. We always let our stomachs growling be our meal alarm. No wonder it seemed weird. I turned to Saber. What's wrong, Saber? Did opening the window make it too cold? We should at least ventilate the room since we're eating here, though.
No, it's nothing. Did you say lunch is in the living room?
Saber dashes out of the dojo. What was that all about? Saber's half-hearted hits, the way she acted now. Maybe she does have a fever. It's noon and we eat lunch. I made a hearty breakfast, so lunch is boxed leftovers.
I see. You've taken the dishes from this morning and put them between slices of bread.
Saber nods her approval as she eats her sandwich. The way she uses a paper napkin to keep her hands from getting dirty. There's such grace even in the way she eats a bento.
Yep, I realized this during breakfast. You're a good cook, Shiro. It's nice that the food is so good.
On the other end of the spectrum, Ilya eagerly crams her sandwich into her mouth. I can't tell if she's just playing around or copying me. Ilya seems to have better manners than Saber, except at the table.
Hold it, Ilyasvale. If you eat like that, your hair will get dirty.
Ilya must have had butter smeared on the corner of her mouth or something. Saber leans in reluctantly, wiping off whatever it is. Wah. Look at them getting along.
Thanks, but what's the big idea? Thought you didn't like me, Saber.
I'm wary of you, yes, but even I understand people's feelings. You have no hostility, and Shiro has accepted you as a guest. That's why I will show you a bare minimum of courtesy. And besides...
Besides?
Your hair is beautiful. It pains me to see it getting so dirty.
Shiro's still mine, you know. Well, I can maybe consider being a little friendly with you. I can make Shiro win, but I can't protect him after all.
Ilya shrugs and takes another bite of her sandwich.
You do not need to remind me. It's the duty of a servant to be their master's shield.
Saber responds plainly enough as they eat. Their conversation hasn't changed much, but at least they sound calmer. As we relax after finishing our meal, Tosuka comes in.
Shiro, you here? I'm ready, so come by as soon as you can.
Her message delivered, Tosuka heads straight back to the outbuilding. Oh, right, I forgot. Tosuka was going to teach me magecraft in the afternoon. I've never had a proper teacher, so Tosuka's magecraft lectures have been really helpful. She seems to be willing to keep teaching, so I should clean up here quickly and head over to her. Sorry, but I'm gonna head to Tosuka's room. I'm not sure how long it's gonna take, so you two should go back to your rooms and rest.
Okay. I'm a little tired, so I'll take a nap.
Ilya walks out of the dojo, rubbing her sleepy eyes. That's a relief. As long as Ilya goes to sleep, I don't think there's any problem with me going to Tosuka's room.
Shiro, are you going to Rin's room?
Yeah, I just said that. Tosuka's teaching me the basics of magecraft.
Is that really necessary? With Berserker gone, there are no more enemies that require our alliance to defeat. Would that not mean there's nothing more for you to learn from Rin?
She might be right. Tosuka's lessons were originally meant to help me when we went against Berserker, so with him gone, there's no reason for her to teach me anything else. No, Berserker or not, I do still want to learn from her. There's still so much I don't know as a mage, and I'd like to fix that as soon as I can.
I see. If you insist, then I have no business stopping you.
Saber looks sullen as she says this.
Okay, time to start my lesson. First, though, is anything broken?
That's how she began. It's kind of an odd question to ask the moment I arrive. Broken? Like what?
I'm asking if any part of you isn't working. You did some wild stuff, so you must have burned out a nerve or two. Not to say I care, I just figured it'd be hard to teach you unless I knew whether something was wrong.
According to Tosuka, some parts of me should be numb, but since I'm the one living in my body, I can say she's wrong. Nope, everything's working fine. The headache and fever are gone now that I had a night's sleep. I feel fine.
What? That can't be true. Do you forget the part where you projected Saber's sword? That would have cost any normal person their arm.
But I told you, I'm fine. Besides, if my body wasn't working, I wouldn't have been able to carry Ilya back to the house, and at that point the only thing wrong with me was a headache and a fever.
But that's not possible. Show me your arm.
She tugs on my arm before I can reply, then stares at it. I realize I'm holding my breath. I may have gotten used to her being around, but I'm definitely not used to her being so close.
It really does look like there's nothing wrong. I see a few places that are black, like they're burned or bruised, but other than that, everything's healed. It's almost like the flesh grew right back like new.
Tosuka mutters quietly to herself as she inspects my arm. Hey! As if that weren't enough to leave me beet red. Your body really is unbelievable.
Oh, yeah, okay. That's a Rin line. That is not a Shiro line. He should not say that. Your body really is unbelievable. This isn't how normal healing works. Your natural healing's obviously being bolstered by something external. But this, you healed this yourself.
Rin lifts my sleeve up, pressing her fingers all along my arm.
Hey, stop! That's enough, Tosuka. Go sit back down if you're done. I'm examining you. You know. Oh, I get it.
Oh, whoops. I clicked out of the window by accident. There we go. Tosuka leans closer to me.
You say your fever's gone down, but I'm not so sure. Your face is glowing.
That's for me to worry about. It's none of your business, so leave me alone.
Oh, really? Then I suppose me doing this won't be a problem, right?
What? Don't put your hands on my forehead! Don't have a fever, so there's no point to this.
No, apparently not. Even your ears are red now. You don't look like you have a fever. It looks more like you're drunk.
She's doing this on purpose. This is deliberate. I know it. Tosuka, you know exactly what you're doing, don't you?
You got me. I was just enjoying your reactions. Too funny.
Huh. Anyone who would toy with a man's innocent feelings like that should do their repentance in hell.
Well, I'll stop teasing here. If I push it, I might end up having to suffer the consequences.
That's a problem. I feel like Tosuka's only teasing me harder now. Tosuka, might I remind you that this is serious and I'm here to learn from you?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's been my intention from the start. I was only checking on my student's health just now.
Oh yeah? So, are you going to get to today's topic then?
Yes, I suppose so. We're stepping outside my specialty here, so I can only offer advice. But it's better than if I didn't say anything at all. To be honest, the last lesson I gave you was probably the last of the help I can offer. You can't just learn to be a mage in a few lessons. All I did was install a switch inside you that you hadn't learned to use. You know that much at least, right?
You mean the jewel? Yeah, ever since I swallowed it, I've been able to turn my magic circuits on and off without creating them from scratch every time.
Yep, that's the only thing I can teach you about in such a short time. But even that was just your previous training asserting itself. I can only boost the magecraft you've already learned. I'm not going to teach you other forms of magecraft. You just don't have the talent.
Yeah, you being so blunt about that's enlightening. But you can at least give me some advice about the magecraft that I can use, right? So tell me what kind of magecraft I used last night. Tosuka doesn't answer. She's just glaring at me like I'm her worst enemy. Tosuka? This is supposed to be a lecture, right? I get nervous when you go all quiet like that. She looks away, frowning. It's only a brief flicker of her expression, though.
I can't do projection magecraft, and I can't teach something that I don't know how to do.
Huh? Something you can't do? Wasn't what I used against Berserker pretty basic for a mage? I just imagined a structure and let magical energy flow into it. It's no different than strengthening magecraft. But flooding your own magical energy into something that's already formed is difficult. It's like adding what you think is red into an existing mixture of paints to draw out the red hue, only to end up with some completely different color. By comparison, it's much easier to work with my own paint from the very beginning. I can just draw out whatever I want that way. What do you mean you can't do it? I'm sure you can do that kind of thing. It's much easier than strengthening.
You know, if you said that to any other mage, they would definitely kill you. What you did was called projection, and you perfectly replicated a noble phantasm. I have never heard of anyone doing that before.
A chill runs down my spine. It's not my imagination. Tosuka is actually angry.
It doesn't matter. I had a feeling that this was the case when I saw all the junk in your shed. There's no point in being mad about you at this stage. Let me explain, because you're clearly confused. What you did was called projection magecraft. It's an imperfect magecraft that creates mere images of existing artwork or famed swords using your own magical energy. It's generally used to create temporary objects to be used as stand-ins for rituals. Things you create from images in your mind are understood to be imaginary objects, and so they disappear quickly.
I get that they're replicas created from a mental image. I saw Saber's sword in my dream and imagined the golden sword based on it. I don't really get it. Magical energy is like clay, right? Reproduction or no, what you make shouldn't disappear once the object takes form, right?
That's not possible. Magical energy can only exist within your body. That's why you pass magical energy through yourself. You need it to interact with nature. Sure, I can need magical energy like a piece of soft candy to at least make a dagger, but it stops there. It's nothing more than candy in the shape of a dagger. As soon as the magical energy dissipates, the dagger disappears too. Listen, things made purely from magical energy do not last long. They only briefly take shape. Well, a projection magecraft creates an object to look and perform like the original.
She's right. Magical energy has no shape. I can feel it while it's flowing through my body. Once it leaves, it thins out and eventually disappears entirely. But then, no matter how many blueprints I make in my mind and form with magical energy, everything will fade because it's all made from magical energy. Now that I think about it. When Kiritsugu was teaching me magecraft, I showed him my half-assed attempt at projection, but he told me to stick to strengthening because what I was doing instead was inefficient. I see. So projection consumes a lot of magical energy and there's no point in using it because what you make disappears immediately.
Exactly. For example, let's say you used a decent amount of magical energy to create a sword. All that energy you might get that might get you a sword whose power we'd rate it maybe a 3 or 4. A human's imagination is unreliable, filled with holes, so it's almost impossible to replicate anything accurately. Now, let's say you use the same magical energy to strengthen a sword. That same amount of magical energy can make that sword 20 to 30 times stronger, which means it would last a few hundred times longer than anything you create with projection. Got it? Projection magecraft is only used for rituals. Its sole use is creating replicas which disappear the moment they're used, and then only as a substitute for tools you can't normally create or get a hold of. Your father made the right call, teaching you strengthening. You only have so many magic circuits to work with, so if he taught you something as wasteful as projection, he'd be no better than an amateur himself.
I got that. But what was that then? The golden sword I imagined was real for a moment, and it even had the real sword's power. Was it just a freak accident that I projected Saber's sword then? Now that I think about it, the amount of magical energy in that sword was remarkable. Replicating something that ends up with a few hundred times the magical energy I myself does seem pretty weird.
That, well, you have an affinity for swords. Mages all have connections to something. For you, it's clearly swords.
Connections? You mean elements like fire or water?
Right. Normally a person takes one of the elements that make up this world. The Mages Association considers fire to be normal, wind to be noble. It could be earth, water, fire, or ether, wind or ether. It could be wood, fire, soil, metal, or water. A mage has a connection to one of these, but there are also those with more specific connections. Most of these mages don't see any time in the spotlight. They're considered unusual. So in your case, you're connected with swords. It's pretty specific, but that means you would be the authority in swords.
I see. That's probably true. I've always been fascinated with swords. Now I'm curious about Tosuka's specialty. Knowing her, it's probably fire or wind, or something else that would suit someone like her, but I should probably just ask since I'm curious. Hey, Tosuka, I'm curious. What's your specialty?
Mine? My connection's with the 5 elements.
Does she mean all of them?
Anyway, that's pretty much that. They say that projection's about as useful as images on a screen, so try not to use it too much. Besides, trying to replicate Saber's sword was suicidal. You made it work this time, but I wouldn't have been surprised if you just exploded. You said it yourself. Saber's sword has more magical energy than you ever could. You do realize that creating something like that goes way beyond the limits of your magic circuits, right?
Yeah, I know, but it's not so easy to go beyond your own limits, right? I thought I couldn't go any further anyway, because I was already at my limit to begin with.
Oh, you absolutely can. And death is always lurking right around that corner. If magecraft follows a certain form or format, it means any mage can use any magecraft they may have knowledge of. Even if they're not ever actually able to pull off that miracle, they'll still take a shot. Mages are only a source of power. Even a small engine can reach a high speed if you push the gas hard enough, but it tends to be self-destructive. Same with mages. If they're willing to accept the risk of destroying themselves, mages can certainly push past their limits. Doing so burns magic circuits and shreds nerves, but if they keep going, they can reach the miracle they seek. Your projection is just that. Your body felt feverish after the battle because your nerves were seared. That's the price you pay for magecraft beyond your own means. When you did what you did could easily have cost you a limb or two.
Tosuka's voice grows a little louder, but at the same time,
that's why you should always keep in mind. Practicing magecraft that goes beyond its caster's limits leads only to ruin. Promise me, you won't project Saber's sword ever again.
Tosuka is worried about me, genuinely. After her warning, Tosuka prescribes some medicine I'm not familiar with.
Well, there's probably no point telling you not to push yourself. At least for our peace of mind. Take that painkiller if anything happens. If all goes well, your bruised and discolored skin might heal.
Tosuka explains this as she prepares some kind of green powdery medicine. I drink it with some tea. Tosuka rummages through her stuff and tries to prescribe some other medicine. Anyway, I feel bad for Tosuka having to go through all of her stuff just for me, but I feel like I'm wasting time just sitting here. I should...
I mean, yeah, we should probably get more details.
Yeah. I think I got what projection magecraft is all about, but I want more detail. Especially the part about taking an image and giving it shape. Hey, Tosuka, sorry to interrupt you, but...
What is it? If you're about to tell me to hurry up, I'm about to kick you. I'm so irritated now, because I can't find what I'm looking for. Ugh! Why does everything I put away disappear in this house?
She complains to herself as she searches. Classic Tosuka. Especially the part where she stumbles in the preparation phase, even though she executes everything else flawlessly. Come on, forget about it. Can't you just tell me more about what we were discussing earlier? The stuff about how projections or replicas created using images?
Fine. This might even be useful for you anyway.
She's definitely in a bad mood. She tosses aside the duffel bag she's been rummaging through and plops down in a chair.
Okay, let me explain. You only use projection when there's something you need, but don't have on hand. Alternately, you can create things that don't normally exist in this world or that have been long lost. If you can imagine every detail of the real thing, you can temporarily bring it into being with magical energy. Remember, I mentioned how anything you project disappears because the magical energy disperses, right? No matter how strong the magical energy is, anything you project will gradually fade away. But that's not all. The world simply won't allow such an illusion to remain, which is why anything you project won't even last a day in the real world.
What do you mean, the world won't allow it?
Illusions can do anything precisely because they're illusions, but once an illusion takes shape, though, it becomes reality. But those things do not exist in reality. In order to resolve that contradiction, reality sweeps in to dispose of the illusion. Listen, magecraft is meant to take things that exist and make them into something else. Transformation, equivalent exchange. But that principle doesn't hold for illusions. If you, using an image of something that doesn't exist, create that thing in the real world, it becomes a contradiction. That's why when you project something like Saber's sword, which shouldn't exist in this age, the world itself will destroy that illusion. It's great to create a miracle by connecting to the world, but creating a miracle that doesn't exist at all, that's forbidden. Normal magecraft is about bringing something real, something that does exist somewhere in the world to you so you can use it, but projection magecraft creates something from an image in a person's mind. Even magecraft can't create something which doesn't exist. It's an illusion that violates the laws of this world. In the same way a living creature's first priority is self-preservation, the world always seeks to protect its own integrity. The life of a world is all about order, which is why it will always crush any illusions which might disrupt that order, or intrude on reality itself.
Tosuka explains it rapidly, all in one breath. I don't understand half of it. I see. So what I did was way beyond my limit.
That's what I've been saying. Projection magecraft can shorten your life, so don't use it, even if Saber begs you to.
Tosuka resumes rummaging through her stuff. As I watch her blankly, I'm reminded again that me beating Berserker really was a miracle.
Me berating Berserker. You stupid ass! You stupid piece of shit! You fucking loser! Get out of here! Nobody likes you! Like, Berserker, like... It's so mean!
Yeah, that's right.
Get the fuck out of here! Okay. I'm thinking of like that scene in It Chapter 1 where they go up to Pennywise, they're like, ah, you fucking clown! You piece of shit, you stupid asshole! Oh, what are you gonna do, cry? Baby, you gonna cry? Baby, want a bottle? He's like,
And after giving me several medications, Tosuka instructs me to do simple strengthening exercises while we keep an eye on how my body reacts. Apparently, she's checking to see that nothing goes wrong inside me when I use magical energy. Honestly, Tosuka seems more like a doctor more than a teacher today. More like a doctor more than a teacher today. Okay, yeah, there we go. Yeah, this is a little awkward to parse, but it is correct.
Okay, there don't seem to be any problems. You probably don't need to come here tomorrow then.
That's a bit of a surprise. I don't have to come tomorrow. That means...
Yep, there's nothing else I can teach you. If you want to focus on learning magecraft, you should do it after the war. Besides, with Archer gone, my alliance with you is long over.
What? I suddenly realize. Our alliance was only so we could defeat Berserker. Now that Berserker's gone and Tosuka doesn't have a servant anymore, our living arrangement should be over. Should have ended yesterday, even. So... what are you gonna do now, Tosuka? You gonna go to Kotomine's place? That'd probably be the normal thing to do. Tosuka and Father Kotomine are student and disciple, so it shouldn't be an issue for her to go asking him for protection.
Why? Of course I'm not going there. I haven't lost yet. There's no reason I can't fight without a servant. Besides, running away isn't really my style. I decided to fight, so I'm seeing this through to the end.
She says this like it should be the most obvious thing in the world, and she's proud about that. My eyes widen. Well, okay, maybe not. I should have expected this from Tosuka. She's unbelievably stubborn, absolutely selfish, and captivatingly brilliant. Then what are you gonna do? You gonna go out on your own now? There are still servants and masters left.
Let's see. I think I'll stay here a while to gather information. I should resume my research on Ryudo Temple, too.
You gonna stay here? Are you sure? It'd be a big help if you stayed, but our alliance ended, so...
What are you talking about? We managed to beat Berserker thanks to Archer. Our alliance may have ended, but you still owe me. And that's why you're obviously going to let me use your place until you've fully repaid your debt. Besides, I said I'd take responsibility until the end. You and I were teacher and student, even if it was brief. I'd be so worried about you if I left you to your devices, I wouldn't be able to concentrate on the Holy Grail War.
Alright. Feels like a lifetime ago, so I'd nearly forgotten, but I've admired Rin because of exactly those qualities for a long time now. So I'm actually very happy. That's the Tosuka I've always known and liked. Besides, if I ever saw the day a girl as stubborn as her gives up, I wouldn't know what to believe from then on.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for sticking around, Tosuka. Whatever else I might say, I wouldn't know what to do without you. Saber and I need you, Tosuka.
That's fine, but don't say stuff like that. You're stupidly honest, yeah, but be careful about what you say. You could give people the wrong idea.
I'm not sure why that upset Tosuka so much. Tosuka, what do you mean by might give people the wrong idea? What wrong idea?
Unbelievable. It just wasn't appropriate, okay? And my whole attitude should make it clear that I don't want you asking, so drop it.
Tosuka must be aware of some secret rule I'm not.
Good grief. I feel bad. Saber's got it tough. But then again, that's probably why you two work. You and Saber both have to be pretty freaking dense or else you'd never last.
Okay, I still don't get it, but I didn't miss what you said about feeling bad for Saber. What do you mean she has it tough?
Oh, this is exactly what I am talking about. I bet you haven't even noticed the changes in Saber.
Changes in Saber? It's not about her appearance, right? If anything would have changed in Saber... Oh, right, she has been acting weird since this morning. No, I just thought she was in a bad mood because Ilya was with us. She just sat there all stiff and quiet. When I asked her if there was something wrong, she just got up and left, saying something about having had a dream. And I pretty much forgot about it in all the hustle and bustle over Ilya. Yeah, Saber's been a little off since this morning. Like her head's somewhere else.
Saber said she had a dream?
That's the bit that surprises you? And now she's ignoring me. Hey, don't go quiet on me. That face you're making has me nervous.
Huh? Oh, it's nothing major. It's just that servants don't typically dream.
Servants don't dream?
That's right. Servants don't dream. But if she says she did, then it wasn't a dream. It was someone's memory.
Maybe Tosuka experienced it before. The coldness in her voice runs so counter to her usual cheerfulness. And now it's time to prepare dinner. With so much happening these past few days, I thought the whole cooking rotation had gone out the window, but then...
I'll leave dinner to you tonight. Looks like it's gonna be a cold night. Between that and Ilya being here, maybe you can make stew.
She steps out of her room as she speaks. Well, yeah. I guess stew would be perfect for Ilya. Maybe it's the hat and coat she wears that makes me think that. Whatever the case, I don't have a problem making stew for dinner. I'm no expert at Western dishes like stew, but I don't think I can really mess something like that up. Oh, but before that, it's a little bit before 6 o'clock. I still have some time before I need to cook. We had training, so I've done my share of sweating today. Seems like now would be a good time to take a bath. Taking a bath before dinner might be a hassle, but Tosuka and Saber usually do it right after dinner, so it would be pretty late by the time it was my turn. The hallway's cold. The heaters have rooms nice and warm, but once I'm out in the hallway, I can feel the wintry chill. Fuyuki's winters are typically warm, but the weather's been screwy these past few days. Speaking of cold, looks like it just snowed. I must not have noticed because it only lasted for less than an hour and didn't snow a large amount. If there had been much snow on the ground, my yard would be packed with an entire army of snowmen, which really sucks to clean up.
In that sense, I'm glad it didn't snow much. Of course, the snowman army would be the work of a single person. I can't help but smile as I remember when it snowed last year, and her cold, reddened hands gripping the lectern. I was thinking of taking a shower, but the bathroom's already warm.
Shiro?
I hear something moving in the water. I strain my eyes, trying to see the bathtub through the haze of steam. Yep. Fucking have your little anime like whoa no what reaction again. My mind goes blank as the white sheets of steam filling the bathroom. What? My throat closes up. I can't get a word out. My brain stops working. I'm paralyzed. But in the back of my mind, I recall something similar happening. Actually, the exact same thing has already happened. Last time I was dressed and Saber wasn't. Not this time. Oh, Saber! The only sound is my own loud gulping. Saber just freezes, watching me as I stand there dumbfounded. She's going to get mad. Here it comes. I'm gonna die. Her soft lips begin to tremble. Any second now, she's going to start yelling. Sorry, it's my fault. I was going to use the shower. Well, I didn't think anybody would be using the bathroom at this hour, but yeah, I should have figured it out earlier, but I ramble out a lame excuse as I step backward, trying to head back to the changing room. It's not that I'm gawking at Saber, but for some reason I feel like making a mad dash for the changing room would just make Saber angrier. The truth of the matter is, I can't take my eyes off her. I remember the night in the ruins. I recall Saber's warmth, how close it was. Her body was so frail and slender. The heat of our bodies, even our heartbeats, mingled, overlapped. At the time, I was just desperate to fix the problem, but now it all feels so tempting. Anyway, we can talk later. I try to reach behind me for the exit, and then...
My apologies, Shiro. I do know that this is a selfish request, but would you mind leaving right now?
Saber averts her gaze, her voice oddly muffled. Huh? Now I really don't know what to think. I'm not sure why Saber isn't mad. Seeing how embarrassed she looks causes blood to pound in my skull.
Huh? Why?
The words come out before I can stop myself. Saber looks down even more apologetically.
Please wait a little longer to use the shower. Please permit me to use this space alone for the time being.
Saber shrinks in on herself, hiding her body. So yeah, I mean, like, yes, you know, it's like, you know, oh, they're doing the bat scene again, but like, there is a noticeable difference that is being emphasized here. Remember the last time this happened, Saber didn't give a fuck. She was like, whatever, you can look at me, I don't give a shit. I'm just here to fight. There's really not anything that I give a shit about this at all. This time, different reaction. She's like, actually it does really embarrass me. And it's like, yeah, okay, wonder what's going on with her right now. If only someone could guess. Definitely not discernible, though. I guess she's just acting weird for no reason. Question mark, question mark, question mark. And then I suddenly remembered. When I ran into her at the changing room last time, Saber didn't say anything. Sex does not matter for servants. She had said that. Appearances hadn't mattered to her. Oh, well, you see, hold on, I can't find the right words. My head's spinning. Come on, work, brain! So, you're not mad, Saber?
There's nothing wrong with you wanting to wash yourself. I have no right to limit my master's activities.
I get it. Saber doesn't care what she looks like or whether she has clothes on or not. That's why that's not weird for me to be here. The bathroom's a place to wash one's body, so my presence isn't strange. It doesn't matter whether Saber's here or not. Knowing that helps, but I have a feeling I'm wrong.
So then, I don't think it would be a problem
so I don't think it'd be a problem if I used the shower right now, you know.
But I'm saying, well, I'm not concerned about being seen, but my body is not that of a younger girl like Rin, so...
She blushes even more, tripping over her words.
I do not want you to see too much of me. A man like you must find such a muscular body as mine unsightly.
She sounds so bashful. I almost faint for just so many reasons. You fool, I would never think that. Saber's body is a long, long way away from unsightly. She says she's rugged, but that's never bothered me. Sure, she's more muscular than Tosuka, but still, I still think Saber's very feminine.
Shido, that's why I would like you to leave me alone here.
I don't know how I responded. I only remember nodding slightly and pulling the door closed. Yeah, I agree with Ferris here. That's like, it is a bit of a failing on Takeuchi's part that she doesn't really visually have definition. I think if you're going to dedicate to the whole angle of like, oh, she's insecure because she's like, oh, I have a muscular body, you must not like that, and Shiro being, why would I not? Then you should actually make her visually muscular. Like, what's it like? Oh, I'm so muscular, fucking like twig arms. But yeah, I mean, you know, whatever. Oh my god, my stomach. I'm hungry. Well, we'll be done soon enough anyway. And so the day ends. Dinner was chaotic. Ilya got chattier with every meal, and she and Tosuka have gotten to this weird point where I'm not sure whether they're fighting or being friendly. Saber's accepted Ilya's presence here, but she hasn't warmed up to her. More than that, Saber gets pretty frowny whenever Ilya gets near me. These past few days have just been plain rough. The normal routine of just a few days ago has devolved into complete chaos. I step silently out into the yard. It's just about time for the calendar to roll over to the next day. I walk beneath the pale light of the moon, leaving faint puffs of white breath in my wake. Next thing I know, I'm at work on my daily routine. I don't really need to train out here since Tosuka's teaching me, but I still sit on the cold ground and check on the things I've been working on for so long. I'm not doing this because I'm worried about my skills. It's more that I find doing it soothing. I've been doing this for years, so just not doing it would feel weird. Trace on. I put even more effort into tonight's training. Tosuka told me not to do it anymore, but I can't just do as she says. If I can master this projection thing, it'd mean I could be a lot more helpful to Saber. And the heat from earlier is still lingering within me. The night at the ruins, the battle in the forest in the morning mist, the golden sword I created. The residual heat still lingers in my hands, and deep down I find myself hoping I'll be able to reignite those flames. Creation philosophy. Appraisal. It's easy to recreate. At the time I was so desperate that my mind was a jumble, but now I can retrace the necessary steps and form my incantation. No. From the very beginning, there's only been a single thing that could serve as a trigger for me. The pronunciation is the same, but just by changing my perception of how it's said, it will become something entirely mine, my own original spell. Basic structure. Hypothesis. I know very well how dangerous this is. Tosuka doesn't need to remind me. I really have no business getting anywhere near projection magecraft. It's completely beyond me. Venturing so brazenly into dangerous waters can lead only to death. End of hypothesis. Now, instant nothingness. I erase the blueprint that was in my head. A shadow falls across the door. Saber comes in, her frame blotting out the light of the moon.
Good. You're here, Shido. I could not find you, and was worried something might have happened.
No, nothing's happened. I couldn't sleep, so I came here to do some mental exercises. Once I finish, I'll head back to my room, so you don't need to worry.
I see. That's fine then.
Saber focuses on my forehead. She can probably see that I'm dripping with sweat. It's always like this, don't worry. Mages have to practice their magecraft. And, well, failure comes with the territory for an amateur like me. I wipe the sweat from my brow with the back of my hand. Oh? I'm surprised. My sweat's as cold as ice. I thought it was cold, but I don't remember the shed being quite this cold.
Shido, have you been doing this every day?
Well, yeah, as much as I possibly could. It's a daily routine my old man taught me, so I should at least keep to it. Fucking... Apollo stepping on Atropos's keyboard. Please, please, Kitty, do not ban anyone in the chat by accident.
As soon as I finish speaking, I regret my bluff. I regret telling her that this is my daily routine. My intent was to boast to Saber. At the end of the day, my training isn't just some chore to me, but it isn't the easiest of tasks either. Saber says nothing. The moon hangs behind her, its light spilling around her frame. The shed, plunged into bluish darkness, is illuminated by the few shafts of silvery light that make it past Saber. I recall the first night when I met her. Saber, Tosaka said something to me today. That moment felt just like a dream. Is it true that servants don't dream? I can't stop myself from asking.
That's correct. We do not have dreams. Servants are spiritual forms, and so do not sleep to begin with. I'm forced to sleep because I cannot turn into a spiritual form, but I still do not dream.
But this morning you said... There's a brief silence. She closes her eyes, then, apparently having made up her mind.
The dream I had, Shido, was yours. Master and servant are mentally connected. If the connection becomes strong enough, there are times when they will experience each other's memories.
You dreamed of... my past?
Yes. It is tantamount to stepping into your mind, but I was not able to prevent it from happening. Please, forgive me for that, Shido.
Don't... I did the same thing. Saber's past. I've seen several scenes from her life before she became a servant now. Don't be silly. That's not your fault. You can't help what you dream about. And I have to apologize too. My past is pretty boring. Seeing something that boring probably makes you not want to have to sleep.
No. This morning was the first such dream I had. I did not see anything recent, so I did not infringe on your privacy as a young man.
Saber's dead serious about that warning. But privacy? Well, yeah, sure, I've done my share of dumb things. That's a relief. But if you're saying you didn't see any recent memories, then how far into the past did you see?
There was a large fire. That's all I saw.
Her voice is quiet. Her gentle gaze tells me what she saw. Oh. That dream. I see. Well, I don't know what to say. Should I say it was...
unfortunate?
It's like going to a movie theater expecting to see a movie you know, but somehow end up in the wrong theater and getting a completely different show.
It helped me to understand. No. I've been thinking this for some time now, but you have a dangerous side to you.
Huh? What do you mean, dangerous? Well, yeah, I'm sure the odds are plenty stacked against me from your point of view.
That's not what I mean. You are very similar to me. That is why I understand your mistakes. I can see what might happen to you if you continue on this path.
I don't think I've made any mistakes. Sure, I've failed plenty of times, but my goal is to be a champion of justice like my old man. A goal like that can't be a mistake. No way.
I am telling you that it is your mistake. Shido, what happened on that day was not your fault. You cannot and should not take responsibility for it. There is nothing you need to redeem yourself for.
That's obvious.
It was just an accident, and I was...
Just a victim.
Sure, I may be dealing with...
survivor's guilt.
Rin once said that your self-sacrifice and devotion are bizarre, and I agree. You are not sacrificing your life to save others. In fact, at no point did you even consider your own life.
Maybe my pupils have dilated. I'm not sure why, but I
can't seem to focus on Saber's face.
You will never be able to forget that accident. But as long as you remember it, you cannot change. Is that not extremely painful for you?
Painful? For me? Well, yeah, that's painful. Saber doesn't have to remind me of that. It's obvious. So many people
Died. It was absolute hell.
Something like that causing you pain is only natural. And besides, if I didn't feel that, it might all be meaningless. Yeah, you're right. It is painful to remember. But it's in the past now. There's nothing I can do about it. Saber doesn't answer. Instead, she claws at her arm in frustration.
I must obtain the Holy Grail. But that also applies to you, Shido.
Eh? Saber?
You require the Holy Grail. You summoning me was ultimately inevitable, Master.
I don't know how to respond to that.
I'm going to bed. Please do not strain yourself overmuch.
Saber leaves. I fold my arms and think. Do I need the Holy Grail? A vessel that grants wishes to its possessor. A vessel which contains unlimited quantities of magical energy, for which it is said nothing is impossible. Were I to get to it, it could easily grant my wish. No, that's wrong. No matter how I look at it, I don't need the Holy Grail. Nope. I definitely don't need it. Because I don't have any wishes that can't come true, or hope for anything that's impossible. I wouldn't have a dream if it weren't something I could attain myself. The night grows darker. In the familiar old shed, lit only by the moon, I listen to the distant wind. Oh boy. That one got me a little bit. With my knowledge. We'll probably go through this little introductory scene to this chapter and then probably call it after this and get to fan art. The sky is gray, the hill crimson with corpses. The heavy clouds drift away, heralding the battle's end. I know this scene. I've seen it so many times now. This is one of Saber's battles. She fought and won so many victories. Scenes like this are almost commonplace for her. Afterwards, she'll return to her castle, where her victory will be praised and celebrated. Then she will prepare for the next battle. This is just life for her. It's only one of the 12 great battles she fought, and so she does not truly remember victory, so much as she just accepts it as a fact. I think she's misguided. This is not a dream. It's just a cold reality, her past that can't be changed. The moment she drew the sword, she stopped being human. She took over for her father as a feudal lord and became a king with many knights. She was known as King Arthur and Artoria. The life of the girl who once aspired to be a knight changed so radically. No, was forced to end her life as she knew it, might be a better way to put it. In that instant, the girl who still had such childlike features ceased to be, and became the King of Knights. She acted like she was the king's son. The ruler of territories and knights had to be a male. Only her father and the mage knew the king was female. She covered herself in iron and hid that truth for the rest of her life. I don't know why I never realized the implications until now. As much public exposure as she had, she managed to pass herself off as male the whole time. The sheer suffering she likely endured must have been incredible, but a simple observer could never really understand. Time passes. 10 years worth of memories as king, and there was only one common thread that entire time. Even when she's on the throne, even when she's walking through the hallway, even when she's on the battlefield, not a soul spoke to her. Even the round table, filled as it was with knights boasting of their valor, always fell silent the moment the king appeared. So that's what it meant. She was merely tolerated as an idol, Many knights looked down on Artoria with her boyish appearance and were ultimately not comfortable in trusting her with their blades. But because she managed to draw the sacred sword that no one else could, they had to obey, even if only to keep up appearances. They just accepted the disgrace, believed it would pass. Sacred sword or no, the king was merely a child. Even with Merlin's support, the king would surely fail eventually. When that happens, they need only take the sacred sword from her and select a new king. That's probably what most of the knights thought. But that's not how it went. The knight, only just reaching adulthood, was a flawless king. She enforced peace among the squabbling lords, and fought off invaders as well. Of course, this wasn't due to the sacred sword's powers. The sacred sword only protects the king. The king, on the other hand, protects their nation. And through her deeds, she was able to maintain control of her knights. The sacred sword protects her only from her enemies. It does nothing to help her hold sway over the hearts of her subjects. She worked herself to the bone to be the ideal king to all. At that point, the knights had no choice but to obey. They held their dissatisfaction for the young king in check because the king was truly perfect. She strived to be an ideal king. The only condition for the knights' support was that their king be exactly that, the ideal king. There was no room for Artoria to be a human being. She could be a king and only a king. The peerless knight who drew the sacred sword, who stopped aging from that moment, and who went on to win 12 great wars. The more perfect she became, the more people stayed away from her. As this continued, the king grew more and more isolated. That was who she was. But she did well. In fact, she did too well. She defeated her enemies and minimized her own side's casualties. No matter the battle, sacrifices must be made. So she believed it was her duty to make sacrifices, to bolster her army and to defeat the enemy without wasting lives. She would strip the resources from one village to prepare her army, then defeat the invaders before they could strike her land, saving perhaps 10 villages. That was the king's approach, and it proved the best strategy at the time. But the knights must not have been happy. To them, only the foreign invaders should have died, and the only true victory is made without any such sacrifices. There shouldn't be any need to sacrifice a territory before battle. They were going to win regardless, so the sacrifices were pointless. There wouldn't be any sacrifices, so the king's actions were a waste. It was, of course, total nonsense. Once battle began, the knights spared not a thought for those little villages. No one thought twice about trampling the villages. Protecting them was never a consideration. The knights claimed there's nothing to be done when the enemy destroys such villages, but to let them be destroyed is a great crime. Obviously, she knew that. But a king cannot worry about their personal feelings. She had to kill her emotions to make her decisions, and her knights had to suppress their own feelings to obey. And so sacrifices are made, and that string of victories stabilizes the nation. And in return, animosity for the king grew. King Arthur just doesn't understand how people feel. So one knight was heard to say as they left the castle, "What a ridiculous story." She was expected not to be human, but they hated her precisely because she didn't have human emotions. The age of war continued. The animosity of the knights who had been dissatisfied with the king only grew more so after that knight left. They forced her to deal with every foreign and domestic enemy in hopes of pushing her over the edge. Collapse was imminent. If these many people confronting the nation were never resolved, it would crumble. Even if all of them were to be resolved, what awaits is more of the same. But that did not concern the king. Even should she be abandoned, feared, or betrayed, she will remain steadfast, because she has long since made up her mind. She abandoned her emotions the moment she decided to draw that sword. This happened long, long ago. Knights from across the nation gathered to try to draw the sword from the stone, but none of them could do it, and the knights instead showcased their skill on horseback, eager to crown the best among them king. The knights flocked to the arena in droves. The sword and the stone lay outside, forgotten. From afar, it looked more like a festival. Even in the distance, the sound of valiant cavalrymen clashing is audible. The knights clashed in the distance, and the rock lay forgotten. What was going through the girl's mind as she stood in front of the rock? Before she realized it, an unknown mage stood behind her.
Think before you take hold of that.
He tries to stop her for her own good.
The moment you take that sword, you will cease to be human.
He also warned her that many would hate her, and that she would die a gruesome death. She must have been terrified. The mage showed her the future. He showed her the end she would meet if she drew that sword. No. It only made her all the more determined. Even after seeing that future, she only gave a firm nod. The mage asked again if that was what she wanted.
I saw many people smiling, so this cannot be a mistake.
She took the sword in her hand. The mage looked troubled and turned away.
Miracles come at a price. You will pay with what is most precious to you.
He departed with those prophetic words. That's right. She just wanted to protect everyone. But to do so, she had to abandon her desire to protect people. She cannot protect her country as its king if she still has a human heart. Even knowing this, she drew the sword. Even knowing this, she vowed to live as a king. So no matter what happens, she'll remain steadfast. She abandoned her human heart. She was willing to give that up to protect her nation. Who could have known the girl made such a noble oath? She was determined to fight. Come what may and however might end, she still decided to fight, even if an inevitable solitary doom awaited her. And her end did come, the Battle of Camlan. King Arthur set out on a campaign, and one of her knights usurped her throne, splitting the nation in two and sparking a terrible conflict. Legend has it that this battle brought an end to knighthood and chivalry. She killed every knight who once served her and invaded the land she'd fought to defend. All the knights who followed her were gone, and her own body lay injured and immobile. There was no one left around her. As ever, nothing had changed. All she had in her heart was the pride of a king. She'd known about this ending. Still, she believed there was something to be gained from this failure, which is why she kept fighting without ever failing or disgracing herself. She had no regrets. If she were to have one, it would be seeing her nation in ruin. She raised her gaze. Maybe she would be able to see her castle in the distance from this hill. She saw only the aftermath of the battle, a dense forest and a lake to which she must return. That's right. The hill she'd meant to charge over has become a wall she can't climb. Strength left her body. For the first time, she loosened her grip on the sacred sword. And that's where it ended. It was only natural that the dream would end here, since there is nothing beyond that moment in her memories. And that is why this end cannot be rewritten. She worked so hard and she was resented, betrayed. Nobody understood that she loved her people more than her nation. She came to be known as a merciless king. She was never rewarded or understood. On top of the crimson-stained, sword-strewn hill, the girl sat on the edge of death, isolated and betrayed. I wake to the sound of rain. I think that is a good point to stop for tonight. But stick around for artwork, because I'm sure there's going to be some good artwork to look at. Yay! Alright, also, I totally forgot to pull up some music. So let me also see if I can do that real quick. Scroll back through my history to find it. The one that I used. Also, I might as well just leave the rain noise on in the background too, because I kind of like it. I don't think that that's such a bad idea to just have on behind the music anyway. Where's. There we go. Yeah, let's copy this in here. Oh god, that's loud. Okay. Okay, yay. There we go. Gonna have the Sonic CD relaxing chill music in the background. Alright, so now I can pull up art. But wow, lots of progress tonight. We definitely made it to some really good stuff. We're finally getting to some of my favorite parts of the story that I've read so far. So I'm very much enjoying that. Oh my god, these are really good. Okay. Okay, let's refresh the Tumblr. Oh, hell yeah. These are really good. Very good, very good. Dav with the $10. Have my money. Thank you, Dav. I appreciate it. Can use all the help I can get right now, so every little bit helps. I really do appreciate it. Okay, so that's everything on Tumblr. Let's go grab the Discord stuff. Let's see. Got that. And got that. Okay. So that should be everything, unless anybody gets some last minute stuff in at some point, in which case, you know, obviously just let me know in the chat and then I'll go ahead and look for it. But I think that should be all as far as that goes, so alrighty. So let's go ahead and honestly, I wish I had... Actually, hold on. Let me do something real quick. Let me see if I can configure this. Give me just a second. Drag this down here. Philip with the $3. Here's a little more for the rent. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. Yeah, let's drag this down here. Yeah, I think... Oh, wait, shit. Wrong thing. I moved the wrong thing. Fuck. Let's move this down here. Yeah. I think... What the fuck? Okay, yeah, no, yeah, that's the right thing. Okay, gone. Anywho, unlock that layer. Then here this. Okay, yeah. And then stretch. No, yeah, I guess I should take the, or put the credit thing below here. Hold on just a second. Okay, there we go. I think that should be good. Or well, it's kind of not, yeah. Let's drop that. I'm sorry that this is taking a minute, but just humor me. Because I figured it would probably be better to just have a bigger view of the fan art rather than just having it, like, you know, be in the small window every time. Anywho, starting off with this from Karia Hiyori. That's Karia-Hiyori on Blue Sky. Been reading Tsukihime, if the username wasn't obvious. Also, it's really good, and I immediately thought of that damn cat meme when this line came up, so naturally I used my terrible art skills to make this. This VN has taken my mind hostage, just like Higurashi Unumineko did. So yeah, we got a Tsukihime cameo. In the sitting room, Akiya is on the sofa, and Hisui is standing by the wall. Good morning, Nissan. Her gaze is telling me, I am angry. It's just, I am angry, Akiya Tono. Yeah, very true. I have a little bean, Akiha plush, that's just like sitting under my TV on my dresser at the moment. She just stares blankly into my eyes every time I watch television, so she is a bit of a creature. Very, very good. Thank you. Next up, we have this from Philip at Philip Kanzarowski on Blue Sky. Not an artist, but I hope I can provide to this hashtag for NezumiVA's Fate streams with some fun memes. And so yeah, we have the visual novel version of the dragon CG, and then we have the 2006 Dean anime version of the dragon. Jeez. Very, very funny. Cross trash. You know, I was gonna suggest we read Tsukihime at some time, but we literally can't. I mean, like, kinda. Like, there's definitely a censored version of the original visual novel that you can work with like patches and stuff, and people on YouTube have done it before. But I feel like the original Tsukihime is maybe a little too much. Maybe a little too much for streams. The remake, possibly. But the original, probably a little bit too much for our streams. As much as I do have an affection for it, and I do like a lot about it, yeah, I think it's probably, you know, better saved for people to pursue on their own if they're really that interested in it. But, anywho. Daniel asked, what's the best place to send you money efficiency-wise? I assume Ko-fi takes less of a cut than YouTube. Ko-fi takes a decent cut as well, so I'm not really sure what would be the most efficient. I mean, I do also have a Cash App. If you care about that, or like if that's something that you want to use, people have definitely Cash Apped me before. I've linked it on my socials at times. But if you want to find me on Cash App, it is you know, as every Cash App user starts with the little $sign. So just put $sign and then search Night Sky Patrol. NIGHTSKYPATLROL. Night Sky Patrol. That is my Cash App. So if you want to use that, feel free. Go crazy. Philip, YouTube takes like, I can't remember the exact split, but it's like, yeah, they can take up to like, yeah, it's like easily around 35%, if not more. They take quite a bit. I mean, basically every month, the amount of money that gets deposited into my bank from YouTube is about actually half of the money that I genuinely made for them. They take a fucking lot of it. Anyway, enough money talk. More art. We have this from Don Bonbon. The most normal boy having the most normal time. Shitter, wake up, you fucked up big time. This is so perfect. This is like genuinely so fucking spot on. You just recreated the style so flawlessly. I am so glad that somebody made this. I feel like this should like get some use from now on. I feel like this is a certified new like Fate meme banger. I think that this is imminently spreadable. Thank you for this wonderful, wonderful piece. And then also, we have this on the same post. No! Like them fucking bending over to protect each other every time. This is literally accurate to their characters. This is literally true. This is actually how they act. It's really funny, but like, God, they are maddening. Jeez. Really funny though. Really, really funny though. This is very good. moving on over to Tumblr. Once again, we have some wonderful art by Dingo's Trash. Writer is a horse girl, huh? I'm sorry if this joke is too obscure. To my formative years were spent being friends with horse girls who were also into trading cards, lol. It's so hard for me not to divulge too much information about these characters because I like them so much. I've been calling them by their true names for too long because of Fate Grand Order. Anyway, everyone likes Ilya, I hope. So yeah, we start off with...
Do you want to trade Belisara cards with me? I'm trying to get all the winged horsies.
This is very cute. I like this a lot. I remember the Belisara cards. I had a lot of friends that were in school that were into the Belisara cards as well. And then also, yes, we have an Ilya.
Murder is okay!
True? Yeah, this is very cute. I like this a lot. Actually, hold on. Let me see if I can just... Because it's bothering me that everything is, like, kind of clipped a little bit. Oh, yeah, and I didn't even notice the window thing. Yeah, let me just temporarily turn off the PNG and turn off the credit. And yeah. There we go. That should be fine. The BG. Oh, okay. Yeah, my layout. That's the... Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, that's better. But yeah, these are really good though. I like this a lot. I like cutesy writer. This is very fun. Gosh, I'm just like you kind of gave me a flashback a little bit because I haven't thought about those in so long. I had so many friends that were into stuff like that though. Even now to this day, I like one of my closest friends that I still have from school, like, really likes collecting, like, unicorn stuff and stuff like that because of things like this, which is very sweet. I always think about her whenever I see things like that. So, very, very good contributions as always. Dingo, hope you're hanging in there. Thank you. We have these few pieces from Astrum00M00 on Tumblr. I know Saber and Shido were having some major developments, but Archer's sacrifice will always be burned into my mind. So we have this awesome standoff with Archer and Berserker. Very good. And like that's the smug Ilya face up there is really funny as well. It's very good, very good. And then we have the sillies. The cat Ilya. The fucking like Zooble ass Rin over here. Jeez. That's good. And then also, man, that hurts. Very good. Also really good recreation of Archer's back sprite there too. And then also I forgot to pull it up because it's under a read more, so let me grab that real quick. But also there was a meme that you contributed, which is 2004. I can have a girlfriend and a boyfriend. Yet another good exploitable image. Very true, very true. Alright, moving on over to Discord, we have this from Harmonia. A quick and poor quality doodle of my girl Ilya. Sorry about the smudges and erased outlines on the page. No worries. Very cutes. We all love Ilya. We all support murder. I mean, we all support not murder. Ilya standing like menacingly behind, like,
No, go ahead. Say it. Say it!
But yeah, very good. I really like the way you did the coat as well. It's nice. Next up we have this from Dav on the server as well. She is leaning on her sword. She looks so polite. How sweet. I love her very much. This is really good though. You did a very good job with this. Like the posing is really nice. The hair is really well done. That sure is a good saber. Thank you, Dev. And then, last but not least, unless there is anything else forthcoming, we have this updated relationship chart from Deathbird. So yep, unfortunately our boy Archer is gone. Very sad. Near death's 5.5 for Shido. He only has one command spell thing left. Shinji is dead with LLLLL. Very good, very good. We have the no can't cook pan for Ilya, which is fun. We have the multiple X's for Berserker. That's fun. That's good. Yeah, pretty good. Oh yeah, and then we of course have the heart update for you know, something going on with Shido and Saber right now. Of course. Oh yeah, I didn't notice the slightly dark line from Issei to Rin. That's really good. That's really funny. Okay. Damn. Well, that's a pretty good assortment of art. Is there anything, chat, that I am waiting on? Like, is anybody kind of running late and getting a last submission in real quick? Just want to make sure, because I don't want to cut anybody off. I like Assassin just chilling with nothing on him.
I'm not connected to anybody. I'm a demon. I have no loyalty to anybody. Sounds like her problem to me. Ha ha.
I'm very sorry to be doing Assassin Dracula Flow, but it's the only thing that came to my mind. As Dracula Flow often comes to my mind in times of trouble.
This shit ain't nothing to me, man.
Oh, jeez.
I give her my magic circuits, I start seeing dragons.
Oh my god. All right. I think it doesn't look like there's anything in particular that we're waiting on right now. So I think we're probably safe to go ahead and wrap it up for the night. But thank you once again for watching. As always, everybody, I have a fantastic time. And obviously, as always, we'll be doing more Ace Attorney on Tuesday. Oh yeah. I need to tell you guys too. On Monday, I am getting my Higurashi tattoo. Finally. That is happening on Monday. So I'll be getting my tattoo on Monday. We'll be doing Ace Attorney on Tuesday. And then we'll be doing more of this next Friday. So, yeah. Exciting stuff. And I'll be sure to show off the tattoo as soon as I get it done. So, thanks for watching, everybody. I hope you had a good time, and I will see you later. Bye!